recording. Come on. Okay, and then I'm going to start the transcription. And I'm going to hide the transcription so you all don't have to look at it. I don't know why it's showing this over.
This money from your wallet.
All right, well, we'll just make it up as we go, right? So, Tom, I suggest we start with an agenda review because I don't know all of the timing for today yet.
Okay.
Let's do it.
So do you want to just talk through what's going on in the afternoon, or do we want to just start with the as it's written in, for the morning?
Let's start with Stan.
Okay.
And off and share from my other screen because I'm having a little trouble. Stan, are you with us?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Awesome. Okay, good morning and welcome to the May 2021 Hanford Advisory Board River and Plateau Committee meeting. My name is Stan Branch. I am the Deputy Designated Federal Officer for the Hanford site. As a reminder, this meeting will be conducted in accordance with the requirements of the Federal Advisory Committee Act. Advisory committees have played an important role in shaping programs and policies of the federal government. The Hanford Advisory Board role provides policy-level advice and recommendations concerning the following EM site-specific issues, such as cleanup activities and environmental restoration, waste and nuclear material management and disposition, excess facilities, future land use and long-term stewardship, risk management, and communications. I appreciate your attendance today and look forward to the HAB River and Plateau Committee development and submission of constructive, actionable policy-level advice on the Hanford site cleanup. Again, thank you for your presence today and look forward to a productive meeting. Back to you, Ruth.
All right. So let's do a quick check basically of lunch and going on. And Scott, I'm going to have to call you in a minute because I'm having trouble running and sharing the screen. But let's do the agenda and I'll figure out the technical. The morning is as printed on the agenda. So we've got a 324 update and a 100 KR update. Lunch is scheduled at 11:30. The question, Gary, you're going to have to help us on this one. The question is, how long is lunch? And the reason the question about how long is lunch matters is we had a request to move the Central Waste Complex discussion up to 12:30 instead of 12:45. Lunch breaks typically are an hour and a half or abouts, simply because of the back end stuff we need to do as a facilitation team. But Jerry Paulette can only be with us for about half an hour for that. So the question is, are we going to start Central Waste Complex at 12:30 or 12:45? And it was staff dependent from the agencies.
Yeah, Ruth, this is Gary. I don't yet have confirmation on whether we're going to be able to get the DOE experts for folks, but I will keep plugging away and see what I can do for you.
Okay, so it's at 12:45 unless the folks confirm they can come at 12:30. And then there was a grand blooper on the afternoon agenda. We have fixed it, so the break is around 1 after we make sure that we have an opportunity for folks who are not formal members of the committee who may want to share something with the committee. So I called it public comment. It might need to be something more like public input, or I'm not sure that is the right word, because I don't want to trigger unintentionally things like Federal Register notices. But the idea is, particularly because we've got some folks who are in the nomination package for the HAB. They've been joining meetings to get up to speed with the HAB, but it's a little bit awkward because they're not formally appointed yet. So we want to make sure that there's a time where folks can actually share thoughts with you, and we can still sort of honor who's at the table and that piece. Break, and then wrapping up with open forum and committee business. So this timing is still goofy. Okay. Questions on the agenda and my ability to tell time?
Yeah, Ruth, I just see that the times are kind of out of order. There's 1:15 and then 1 o'clock, at least on my copy, and then 1:45 is above that. So I'm just wondering.
Carmel, are you in class? Carmel, are you in class? Okay.
There.
Is that what the grand blooper is?
That's the grand blooper.
Okay, then not to worry. All right.
All right. So as it stands now, we will stick with an hour 15 for lunch unless we hear back from the DOE folks. If they can join us at 12:30, we'll announce that before we take lunch. So I'm having trouble getting Pam in. Scott, can you check with Pam Larson?
I'm in.
Oh, you're in. Okay.
Yep.
It shows you waiting in the lobby as well. I didn't want you to be lost in the lobby. So Tom, we have
Meeting minutes?
yeah, I'm just having trouble sharing the screen. We sent out both meeting minutes and the call summary from the call. And I didn't get back any comments.
I thought the meeting minutes were well done. There's a lot of words. Took a while to read through, but I think the content was right. I did catch one typo towards the end, or Vince's name is Vinco, which
Oh, clearly
which
we
is,
need to fix that.
it's a good nickname, but
Oh.
it looks like Liz caught another couple things.
Yeah, I know there's a Tom Rogers that works for Department of Health, and there may be another Tom Rogers that works for Yakima Nation. I just wanted to double check that. And Yakima, the city, is with an I. Yakima Indian Nation is with an A. And there may be other places in the actual summary, but just at the end in the list of participants, I noticed it.
Okay, great. Thank you. So.
Any other edits or suggestions for the meeting minutes for April's board meeting or committee meeting? All right, hearing none, I say we approve them with minor edits.
All right. I'll get with Josh and we'll get those done. Announcements.
Just there's a couple events coming up next couple evenings that I'm sure Ecology and DOE could speak to, but I wanted to make sure they get announced early on. Ecology has a Hanford history live stream, I think, and then there's the M91 public meeting on the 12th. So maybe if someone from those agencies could jump in and give the accurate details, maybe put the link in the chat would be good.
Yeah, this is Ryan Miller from Ecology. So we're starting our live video series. Let's talk about Hanford. This one is on early Hanford history. We're going to be live streaming from our Facebook page. I'll include the link to the blog with more information here in the chat. And it's going to be at 5:30 p.m. tonight.
And then the M91 public meeting is on the 12th or 13th.
Hello, this is Dana. Yes, that meeting will be on the 13th at 5:30, and I'm happy to drop the entry from the events calendar into the chat. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other announcements? Okay. So just a logistic thing, do we need to approve the minutes from the call, or is that just notes for us to have?
I was thinking in the world of information and not too much bureaucracy that we'd share call notes, but we probably wouldn't adopt them formally unless there was some huge blooper in the notes that we needed to fix. I'm hoping that doesn't sound unacceptable.
That makes sense to me, but I would defer to someone with more bureaucratic experience than I.
Well, the new contract has requirements for notes for all the calls, but we don't have a process for, like, do they just stay notes or drafts or finals, or we don't post them anywhere. Gary?
Have to get back to you on that one. Trying to think right now, and I think the response that you gave is probably the accurate one, but I'll have to get back to you on that one.
Okay. So right now for committee calls, and actually for the leadership workshop, we're sending out call summaries, but we're not actually labeling them draft and final. But if that needs to change, we'll change it. So.
Okay, well, with that, if our presenters are ready, maybe we can move on to a 324 building update with Mike Douglas from CPC Co. Presenting.
Oh. Is this the right one?
Yep.
Okay.
This is Ben Vanna, and I'll actually be presenting on that one. Looks like the update to the agenda didn't make it through.
Oh,
sorry about that. Ben Vanna then.
All good. Alrighty. So
do
my name is Ben.
Do you want to do it from your screen? I can make you the presenter if you want.
Since you've already got it up, we can go from yours. Thank you, though.
Okay.
So my name is Ben Vanna. I'm the DOE project engineer for the 324 building. And let's jump into a safety topic since we got more than 5 people. So quick safety topic on pre-job briefings, something that is useful both at work and at home. So a pre-job briefing is basically where you, before you do the action, you just discuss the work that is going to be performed and identify a few hazards. Doesn't have to take long, but can definitely help you in the long run. So out here at work at 324, that typically involves, just move this real quick. So that'll typically involve going through the procedure as well as the radiological work permit that we've got. And crews have a chance to ask any questions that they might have. They need to understand the hazards, understand their responsibility and exactly what they'll be doing. So we use that at 324 anytime before we go and execute our high hazard work and even on low hazard work. So what is the purpose of that? Each crew member is going to understand their role, responsibility, and the hazards, and they can execute that work safely and successfully as a result. And we can also use that at home, something as simple as, for example, ladder safety. Just making sure you have your proper standoff for the ladder. Grab an assistant if you're going up a ladder, especially onto a roof, for them to hold it. And if your kid, definitely, if you have a kid and he's helping, explain that if they get a text message, don't let the ladder go. That's more important than answering a friend's text. So, all right, let's jump to the next slide, please. So the purpose of today's briefing, so just wanted to give you guys a quick overview of the corrective actions that we've implemented at the 324 building over the last more than a year, and outline some of the, we're back to work in there. Just wanted to outline the resumption activities and the path forward. And what do we want you guys to do with this information? We just want to keep you guys informed so that you understand the status of where we're at, the risks, how things are going, just so that can assist you with your policy level discussions. Next, please. All right, so for some quick background on the 324 facility, below is an aerial image of the facility. And that was built back in 1966 for research with nuclear materials. So there's a number of contaminated hot cells or rooms where they did the experiment. We've also got a contaminated waste site below the facility from a spill that occurred and actually ate its way out of the floor. Highly acidic, ate its way through the floor and into the soil below. However, it's not at risk, and there's a lethal level of contamination in the soil below the facility, but there's no risk to the nearby town or the people since the building completely covers the spill. The foundation shields anyone from the doses of radiation, and it will not be reaching groundwater because the rainwater can't actually get to the spill to push the contamination any lower. But regardless, just due to the fact that the building's a mile north of town, 300 yards from the Columbia, which is a major drinking water source, we're tackling that. We want to get that contamination out of the environment. Next, please. All righty. So a brief history of the stop work that occurred. So back in November 14 of 2019, there was an unacceptable trend of contamination events at the 324 facility. So workers were either receiving contamination on their personal clothing or on their skin. There was about one event per month, no uptakes to the workers, but still we wanted to minimize that, and before there was any chance of it going any further or someone potentially getting an uptake. So the contractor called a stop work at DOE's request, and they commissioned, an independent team was commissioned of some experts. There were RCTs, conduct of ops experts, IH. So a number of it's about an 8 to 10 person team that came in and analyzed everything for what we were doing at the facility. They reviewed some of the video that we have. We have a number of cameras so that we can observe the work going on, and that video is saved so that we can check out what we did wrong, what we did right. So they reviewed all of that, came up with suggestions. They went through all of our procedures for our high hazard work, came up with suggestions, and they met with the workers. They said, what do you guys think? Do you feel comfortable? What is your level of knowledge and experience? There was some echo. Did someone have a question? So, and they met with every level, from the crews to the craft to leadership, just to get everyone's input so they could properly develop a set of corrective actions to minimize reoccurrence of the contamination events. And they developed 50 corrective actions, and there's some of those can be done after we resume the work, but there's about 23 of them that have to be done before we could begin. And that consisted of, just a brief summary of the corrective actions: advanced Radcon training. So out at the Hanford site, we do have Hammer, but there's no course there for how to doff two pair. If you have two pair of anti-seize on and a respirator, there's no specific training course for that. So we assembled a team of training professionals and radiological SMEs to help us develop a formal training class to allow the workers at 324 to understand the proper way and a consistent way to doff two pair of anti-seize and their PAPR. Because even though people have that experience on site, sometimes the way that's done can vary from facility to facility. So we wanted a consistent way to do that, as well as a specific training course for the 324 building that talked to the hazards, both industrial and radiological, at the facility. So there's now there's about 7 training courses that workers go through. And it's not everyone, people aren't taking all 7. This isn't death by PowerPoint. It's for specific work tasks, people will take a different training. So if you're going into the airlock, you've got a training course. If you're assisting people coming out of the airlock, you've got a few training courses you're doing. And it's not just, there is a PowerPoint section, but then people have the opportunity and are required to go through a hands-on demonstration. Just a few pictures here show of workers practicing that. And I'll talk more. We actually did a number of changes to the mock-up to recreate areas for workers to do that. Some of the other corrective actions were to improve management response at the 324 facility. So we're looking for management to better identify negative trends. So there was about 1 contamination event per month, which some may argue is low, but we want to reduce that. Also, some of the changes help management dig deeper into why are these contamination events occurring, instead of trying to do a fix for each one. Sometimes you got to delve a little bit deeper into a root cause analysis for why that's occurring. We've also brought in more independent assessments in the future, an outside pair of eyes to come in, just review what we're doing, make sure they agree with it, and lend a fresh perspective. Another huge part of the corrective actions, we're getting more worker engagement. Even though workers did have input before, we brought it to another level as well. So workers have increased input in a lot of the mock-ups and demonstrations that we do in the work package development. We took actually a large amount of time. We said, if you guys could develop your own set of PPE for doing this work, you guys are the ones doing it. Let's try something different. Tell us what you would want to wear. And we worked with Fram to redesign a new PPE suit and ensemble, just that workers could test it out. Made a number of different modifications. And in the end, workers actually said, hey, this was a great exercise, but we're actually pretty comfortable with the original set of PPE. That was for the Room 18 crew. But the airlock crew said, actually, some of the changes you guys made, we want to try that out. That looks like it could be quite useful for the work we're doing. So that took a number of months, and it was impacted by COVID, would have gone a lot quicker. But yeah, just giving workers a chance to voice their input and making sure they understand that you guys are part of this. You're in the room doing the work. We want your opinion and your input. And then lastly, the corrective actions were aimed at strengthening the safety culture at the 324 facility and changing the safety culture. That starts at the top, improving it. So, brought in some more experienced management that could provide additional mentoring for the workers out there, as well as for the management. So that was a big change, as well as we recognize that some individuals are saying there's a lot of, we feel schedule pressure, a little bit of schedule pressure. And at the time, the project was, things are going very well. And when things are going well, people want to keep it that way so they can feel a pressure to sometimes overlook certain errors or mistakes or try to ignore them. But we try to make it known that, hey, slow is smooth and smooth is fast. So there's nothing wrong with taking it slow. You need to be comfortable asking questions when we go through the pre-jobs. If you're doing the work and you got a question, take a step back and ask that question, because the stop work and the shutdown impacted us a lot more than people saying, oh, hold up for a second, we got a few questions. So just want people to know that there's nothing wrong with asking a question. And if you're not sure you understand what you're doing, raise your hand and ask the question. Yep. So that was just some background on the stop work, and then the root cause analysis that we did, and then the corrective actions that were performed, and we're still performing some of them. So we took a 3-phase approach to resuming work at the 324 facility, more of a crawl, walk, and run approach. So start with the lowest hazard work going into the hot side of 324. And then once you show you're doing that well, people are comfortable, we're confident, then let's jump into some of the medium risk work and then eventually the higher risk work. But there's kind of a stop or a check before we go to each different stage. So for back in January, February timeframe, we resumed the low risk work, which is on the hot side of 324. So a little bit of the crews did some walk downs of the areas they hadn't been into a year, simply due to the stop work, but also due to COVID, which wasn't letting us back into the facility for a while. There was also some and a lot of prep work to resume the medium and high level work. And then about a month ago, we resumed doing work in room 18, so more of our medium risk work. And that's just some housekeeping right now, removing a lot of the interferences in that cramped space so that workers have more room to execute what they're doing. It's not so tight. And then our highest risk work would actually be in the airlock, where we're pulling out, eventually going to be pulling out more of the debris from B cell and eventually the contaminated soil in there. So that's our highest risk. That's where there's actually some dose uptake, not uptake, excuse me, but we'll get some dose in the airlock, whereas room 18, it's just more of contamination in the area, which we clean up after every job. So if we could jump to the next slide, please. There we go. I'm at number 6 for the next slide. My apologies. Were we on that one?
6. Okay, here we go.
There we go. So this is just some pictures of the crews getting back to work in February. And those are the airlock tracks. So when we're bringing stuff out of the airlock, we set those up to bring out the large packages of waste. We'll slide out on those. So we're just doing some simple low risk stuff to get workers comfortable again, putting on the PPE and doffing it inside the facility. Because like I was saying, first we had the stop work that shut us down for about 6 months, and another 6 months of COVID, because we couldn't actually get back into the facility when the site went to just kind of a lockdown and only allowing min-safe activities. And even as the other phases opened up, since there was a PPE shortage and we're being cautious, 324, unfortunately, is a high use facility for PPE. We go through a lot. So we weren't able to do too much within 324. So yeah, I was just talking about our crawl, walk, run approach. Crews are going in doing in February some of the radiological surveys and just walk downs of the areas. And that is pictured there. Then if we could go to the next slide, please, number 7. Okay. One thing the stop work also allowed us to recognize and make better use of is our mock-up. That's one of our most useful assets. This is essentially a non-radiological environment, non-contaminated area where we can go to train crews. For those that haven't been there, we've got a complete mock-up of B cell, which and B cell at the 324 facility, and that's what the waste site is below. So we mock that up. That's there. There's a mock by the airlock where the waste containers will be coming out of and the equipment goes into. And then what we did there So we use the mock-up for training the crews on activities, as well as testing equipment before we install them in a radiological environment. But it also provides a safe space for crews to perform every step in a work package in a safe area before they go do it at 324. So we retrofitted the mock-up, and we were allowed to do that during COVID. We couldn't do work at 324, but we're allowed to do some construction projects that were low hazard and low PPE. So basically recreated room 18 at some spare space in the mock-up. We put up a number of walls so crews could see how tight and cramped the conditions are in there. They could set up some equipment and practice the room 18 activities at the mock-up. And then once they were done, they'd go through, we also put up some more walls to simulate the route that they have to follow to doff their PPE. Since we can't doff in PPE, we have to exit and go to a step-off pad. So we recreated that. So now workers get, they are required to go through the training that simulates exactly what they'd be doing at 324, but they're doing that at the mock-up with the doffing. So, and that involves, when I talk about room 18, that's where the drilling occurs. And there can be at times a couple million DPM of contamination beta gamma around the drill rig. Our modifications have largely consolidated that contamination around the drill rig. So as they're exiting, they're going to have to, they're in 2-pair and a respirator. And at the mock-up, they go through the exact process they'll be going through in the 324 facility to take that off with the doffing assistant present to help them. So that's helped the crews become a lot more proficient and confident in the work that they're doing before they ever go to the mock-up. And that's been helpful just because we've been shut down for a while due to COVID and the stop work. So we want to get people comfortable and proficient before we go in the facility. And it also allows us to do a full-scale demonstration of an activity that would be going on in room 18. Now we can do that demonstration at the mock-up in front of management, in front of a lot of SMEs. So the workers can show, hey, we're good, we're comfortable, we got this, but let us know if there's any changes or anything you want done differently. So that's a big benefit for our project right now. All right, next, please. And we do have a quick video that we made just on that process. It's about 2 minutes long, but we got to make it past the ad first. Are you able to share your volume for that one, Ruth? We're not hearing anything. It'll be a setting in Teams. So see the in the upper right, include computer sound. You'll want to back where you want to.
Okay.
So the screen you had up a second ago, there was a button on there when you were sharing that would have allowed you to include the sound. If it's not working, that's fine. I don't want to go too far past my time limit because I know some people have some questions.
Yeah, I am. I'm sorry, I'm lost. I've got 3 screens going and I'm lost.
Hey Ruth, I think you need to share that video again and then the option will appear again.
Okay.
People are very, very ready to go.
could precisely measure the rail system.
Tell you what, no problem. We can just jump into the regulator perspective in this case. I just want to make sure there's enough time since it's been a while since we've gone back to work in 324 and given the HAB a brief.
Okay, we will, Josh, let's make sure that we get the video link and we put it in the meeting summary. So, right. Ben, do you want to do the wrap up and then we'll go to questions?
I believe we've got the regulator perspective. Oh, sorry, we do have a slide after that. Thank you.
I
If
just
you can
didn't
pull
want to
up.
leave anything out having tripped over the video.
Yeah, thank you. I missed that. So if we go to slide 9 real quick.
Are you not seeing slide 9?
I am not.
Okay.
But I can talk to it. So edit the. There we go. So out of 324, just a quick summary of what I talked about today. We've completed a lot of our corrective actions. We're actually back in the building doing work. So before we started that, we completed the enhanced radiological training. That includes a number of hazards related to the 324 facility and more information on the radiological hazards too, to make workers better aware and more comfortable for working in those environments. And since we got back in February, that's our first significant progress since our shutdown in November of 2019. And that impact was about 6 months for the stop work, as well as about 6 months due to COVID, just not allowing us to do work in the facility and having to get everyone set up to telework. And then, you know, even if one of the crew members, if they have to be quarantined, anyone around them at that time, for too long would have to be quarantined as well. So that is a continued impact to the project, just dealing with the social distancing and quarantine requirements for COVID. But we're doing what we can to make continued progress while keeping workers safe. And we love our mock-up. It continues to be a key part of moving forward safely, making sure workers are comfortable and proficient with what they're doing, and minimizing any other risk to the project, keeping things going forward. All righty, that is all I had.
So I've got 3 folks in queue, but we want to check in with EPA and ecology before we move on. Who do we have on from EPA? Anyone?
Sorry. Hi, it's Robert Armijo from EPA.
Hi.
Yeah, so from EPA, there's no additional comments or concerns on the 324 building update.
Ecology? Any perspectives from ecology?
I think we're just happy to see the work being able to continue again. Thank you.
Okay. So lots of folks in queue. The link to the video is in chat, so you can actually see that successfully. Let's start with Shelley and then Tom Cecilia.
Thanks, Ruth. Ben, hi, it's Shelley Simone. Thanks for the presentation. I think the mock-up concept is one of the most brilliant things that we've implemented at Hanford. It's really, I think, proved itself a worthy idea when it comes to training all these workers, especially since we don't see a continuity or we just see a real lack of continuity in the training, and that the specificity, how complicated these cleanups are, really demand the specificity of this kind of training. So I'm just thrilled about that. And I'm hoping it will keep worker risk and complications down and get us back on track with the corrective actions in place. I have, Ben, you said it. It's been a while since you've talked to us about 324, and I have not remembered all the different stages of work. And one of the things that you said that resonated with me was that, of course, the airlock is one of the highest risk areas with the clean out of B cell. And I was trying to remember, isn't B cell where we're going to be placing waste? So is it the clean out preparatory to us then placing waste back into B cell? Can you talk a little bit about the stages of the work?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to.
Thanks.
So so to start off with, B cell is just one of 4 hot cells in that area of 324. So there's, if I wish I could draw a picture for you guys if I was in front of you, but essentially there's an airlock and then 4 hot cells, other rooms coming off of that with a very large shielded door in between. So B cell is the biggest hot cell where a number of experiments were done with nuclear materials. And then they had unfortunately dropped quite a number of liters of highly contaminated solution. It was very acidic. It ate through the floor. So B cell is where the waste site is below that. That's where the contamination is in the soil. But then also coming off the airlock is A cell and then C and D cell. So what the plan is, B cell was essentially used as a dumping ground for some of the equipment in the past. And then so there's still debris in the floor of B cell. So what we got to do is remove the debris, and we're about 25% done with that before we got shut down. And once we finish removing the debris and the grout, we've got to cut through that floor to expose the soil. Now, as we have some remotely operated equipment, essentially the excavator arm off the back of a John Deere piece of equipment, and it's rad hardened. So it'll take a scoop from the soil, put that in a bucket, and then we'll survey that to see what the dose is. If the dose is low enough, we can ship that low dose contaminated soil to ERDF. Or if it's too high to safely ship, we can put it in one of the nearby hot cells, which is essentially a room with a 4 to 5 foot thick concrete wall. So it's essentially a waste container all on its own. And those are rated up to a million rad, and we're going nowhere near that with this soil. So the high dose soil goes into the surrounding hot cells, and then those will be shipped off. Each hot cell will be shipped off as a monolith to ERDF far in the future. So in terms of the work sequence, we got to clear out the debris off the floor of B cell, open up the floor. Once we scoop up some of the soil, that gets surveyed. If it's low dose, goes to ERDF in a waste container, a small one. If it's high dose, we put it in one of the nearby hot cells and grout it in there. And then we'll be resuming the hot cell clean out in about October of this year, if all goes well. And then it'll take about a year to complete cleaning out B hot cell, as well as removing some additional debris from A hot cell.
Hey, Ben, this is Mark French. So I just posted in the chat window the link to the animation in YouTube that may help answer the question that Shelley had. Shows the process.
Thank you, Mark.
Thanks, Mark. It's been a while since we've talked about this.
All right. So we have Tom in queue. Tom, Cecilia?
Hi. Thanks for the presentation. I think it's great to hear that work is starting again and that PPE is flowing, and that this important site can get some progress, and that you took advantage of the downtime and really put in place some training procedures to prevent future downtimes. Had a couple questions that were in our framing questions. Wonder if we could just touch on. Is there a 3D image of the contamination, like a visualization that you could share with the committee through email or whatever, just so we can visualize what exactly the contamination looks like under the hot cell?
We don't have a 3D one, but we have a 2D image that could be shared. PNNL had developed that. We've also got another simplified image, but I wouldn't mind coming back if you guys would like a refresher on what the contamination looks like below B cell, as well as just a quick brief on what our process is for going about this project to remove the contaminated soil from the environment and safely get it to ERDF. Would
Excellent.
that be something you guys would like to see in the future?
You're always welcome back.
All right. I can definitely come back with some slides on that then.
The only other thing that I don't think you mentioned that was in our framing questions, there was a briefing you did a while back about water being used to suppress dust during the excavation, and there were some calculations that were being updated based on the 100K soil flushing, and just an update on those calculations and whether that 700 gallons of water a day is still not enough to mobilize the contamination. Would be a good update.
So that process was paused around the time we had the stop work in COVID, because those impacts are going to push the excavation out, the start date to about 2023. So we took a pause on that just to be able to have those resources get through the corrective actions. But we're going to be working on that in the near term, revisiting that. But where we left off, and CHPRC had done a revision before they left where it showed that the 700 would be safe, but we still want our groundwater team to get back involved in that, as well as our own team, to revisit it and do some additional discussions, because we may add some additional levels of conservatism, but it was still showing that was safe. But with what we saw at 100K, we just want to make sure we're good.
Excellent. Thank you.
All right. Tom Galeotto and then Liz.
Okay, thanks, Ruth. And thanks, Ben, for the presentation. It's been a while since we have heard about 324 status. Two questions, actually. One is, I think you just mentioned in response to Shelley's question that you expect to begin cleanup in October this year. And what I'm wondering, that's about 5 or 6 months away. I was wondering what other prerequisites or activities have to be done before you actually start cleanup activities under the cell.
So we've got a number of different activities going on in parallel. So right now, just to take a step back from the hot cells, we've got the structural modifications, and that was, we had a crawl, walk, run approach, and that's part of our walk approach. So in room 18, we've actually had crews getting back in there for the past month, preparing that area to resume drilling the micro piles below 324. So we are back in there, have not had any issues since then. And then in about a month, we'll be lifting the stop work on the airlock portion of our activities. So crews will be able to go back into the airlock in about a month. But before that, they're still doing some of the enhanced training specific to the airlock environment. We've got about 2 classes left on that. And then we're also modifying the 324 facility to put in some additional cameras for the crews, just so that they can review the activities they did, see if there's they need to change anything for the next dive. Things are also, unfortunately, have slowed down a little bit during transition. We lost about half of our RCTs. Some of them either retired. Unfortunately, I had one pass away. Some of them moved off to different companies or projects. So we're doing what we can to minimize impacts, but our critical path for the project is going to be the structural modifications rather than the airlock cleanup for now. So in terms of activities, once we do get back in the airlock, hoping for about a month from now, could be a little further. But once we get back in there, we do have 2 cranes that need some maintenance. They're currently out of service, and we haven't been able to maintain those. Stop work and COVID, so we need to go in, repair and maintain them. And then we can resume cleaning up the floor in B cell, scraping the debris out, packaging that, either shipping it to ERDF or staging it in a nearby hot cell. But that'll begin in about the October timeframe for resuming the hot cell cleanup. But before that, we got to address the crane issue.
Okay, so in the October or so timeframe, are you actually expecting to dig dirt, or are you preparing to remove the cap to get to that point?
Mm-hmm. So in the October timeframe, and the video Mark linked could help supplement my explanation. So the process is in October, we have to finish removing the debris off the B cell floor. And then we'll be getting into, looking at my time frame, cutting the floor in June of 22. So it'll take us from October to about June to complete the clean out of the hot cells. Then in the June timeframe, we can initiate cutting the floor. That'll take 1 to 2 months. And then with the floor removed, we can start digging up the soil. And that'll occur in September of 2023. And the reason why there's a gap, we have to complete some of our structural modifications before we can dig too far into the soil. So even though that's what when I say critical path, the things that we need to get done first, that runs to the structural modification. So we can finish cleaning up the airlock, but we're going to be in a holding pattern for a bit until the structural modifications finish before we can dig and undermine the foundation.
Right. Okay. And so what it sounds like then is we've lost a lot of time in addition to the 1 year that you mentioned earlier, because I thought originally we were supposed to have gotten into the soil and completed the removal of the soil in 2022. So now we're just starting to dig the soil in September 23. Mm-hmm. So the question then becomes, when does your timeline show that all of that soil will be removed and packaged?
In the 2024, so it'll take about a year to perform that. And part of the delays, so you mentioned you said 6 months for COVID, 6 months for the stop work, but this is pushing out a little further. And part of that, when the resumption team looked through our sequence of work activities, they said, you've got some activities going on in parallel that we think you should perform in series. So you may have too much stuff going on in room 18 at the time. How about you take a step back, slow it down, only do one activity in there at a time until you can show that workers are comfortable getting that work done and doffing. And then you can make it a little more complicated by bringing another work crew into that room. So that's something we're looking at, trying to get back to that planning point. But for now, we're keeping it very simple, very safe until we can show good performance and minimal contamination events, ideally none.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I have Liz, Chris, Pam, and Rob. So Liz and then Chris.
Yeah, thanks so much for your presentation and so clearly answering questions today. I'm just following up with Tom's question about, so the HAB and Hanford Challenge are really pushing for more cleanup funding. And 324 building is a high priority item. And I'm curious from your perspective, does increased funding help the 324 project at this point, or is it really just take it slow, do it carefully to get it done well?
So when we say, I'm trying to think of a good way to say this. So we've got a priority list at the Hanford site, and at the top of that is DF law, essentially tank farms, and getting those cleaned up. And then as you go down the list, there's 324. So if we ever received less than the amount of funding that we needed, if we didn't get much for cleanup, 324 could be cut. But Congress and our regulators have been funding us appropriately to continue the 324 work. But Mr. French, did you have anything you wanted to add to that?
Yeah, thanks, Ben. So Liz, I think, we've got adequate funding for the project. It's a good question because not throwing money at projects doesn't always help, right? This is a limited space, limited amount of work that we're doing in that facility. So just having more money doesn't really do you any good because it doesn't make you go any faster, right? Resource, like Ben said, resources is one of the key issues with Radtex in that. So, we've like Ben said, it's towards the top of the priority list. So it is getting the adequate funding it needs. So we don't think additional funding would help whatsoever.
Okay, that's helpful, just context and how to state why 324 is important in our input we put out there. But I'm just curious in terms of, so it's really more ensure continued funding through the completion of this project. It's more of a long-term funding issue than right now.
Absolutely. Yeah, and that's the key to success on any project, right?
Totally.
A consistent funding.
Cool. All right. Thank you so much.
All right. Chris and then Pam.
The latest, this is Chris, the latest Hanford Site 5-year plan seems to indicate that D4 will be completed on 324 in 2025. Is that still a reasonable projection, or is that date's sliding a bit and is being pushed back?
So that will be sliding out. And part of those impacts, as I was mentioning earlier, throughout contract transition, which was happening earlier this year, we lost about half of our RCTs at the 324 project. They were either, a number of them retired. We had some move on to other projects just to try something a little bit different. So that's going to set us back. Unfortunately, COVID's also been pretty hard on the project, just due to the we have to have crews in tighter quarters, and if one of them gets quarantined due to COVID, if everyone else was around them, I believe that's for 15 minutes, then they would have to quarantine also. So it's one of those things where our projects hit pretty hard by COVID, lost RCTs, so that will be pushing out. And in terms of what the formal dates will be, we've got to negotiate that and discuss that with our regulatory agencies first. But it is looking like we'll be about a year behind on some of that.
So you're thinking maybe 2026 for completion?
For the, what I would say for soil remediation, our current forecast is 24, but that may push out by about a year. And then for the building demolition, we've got to discuss that with the regulatory agencies before we can give a date on that.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Dory, I've got Rob and Tom in queue. I can put you in queue and you can ask your question after Tom. Rob, you're up.
I think Pam's next.
Oh, you're right. It's Pam. I'm sorry. Pam, are you there? I know we had some trouble getting you in.
Yes, I am here. For those of you who might call in from a remote location like Hood Canal in the future, I'd lost my Wi-Fi hotspot and had no idea of it. So watch the little icon on the top of your computer. But I've tried to listen, and I really sincerely appreciate the presentation. As the representative of Richland on the HAB, this project is really high in terms of the priorities that we care about. So it's good to hear this. I was going to ask the same funding question that Liz did, so I don't need to do that. Years ago, I had the opportunity to dress up and go look through the glove box window at B-Cell and was stunned at what was in there. So I'm curious, had you dismantled that gigantic multi-story equipment rack and just have things on the floor at this point?
So a lot of that equipment, it's actually all been size reduced, and that was back in the 2018, 2019 timeframe. So we pulled all the equipment off the walls. We're able to, and a lot of this was very heavy duty equipment, and we used the remote excavator arm to pull it off the walls and then shear it, size reduce it so that we could package it out along with the grout on the floor, which we broke up. So we've done all the equipment's off the walls, on the floor, size reduced, and all that debris and grout are about 25% done with removing it from B cell. So, and that's when I was saying we're going to resume hot cell clean out in the October timeframe. That's what we're going to resume removing from B cell. And that could either be, if it's lower dose, we can ship it to ERDF to make some room in our hot cells, or if it's higher dose, depending on where it is in the cell and what's spilled on it, then we'll store it in one of the nearby hot cells and grout it in there.
Okay, thank you. That's just a huge accomplishment, and I'm excited about your progress. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. All right, Rob, and then Tom, and then I'm going to read a question from Dory. Rob?
Rob, my question has to do with the soil that you're going to pull out of there to remediate. So what about the transuranics in the soil? I know that you mentioned that you were going to look for high rad, low rad, and separate them to earth and that sort of thing. But there still are transuranics. You know, we had a lot of spent fuel in those cells, and the flood, you know, washed a lot of that into those cracks in the seams. So you know, we didn't have water stops on that concrete floor. So the point is that you are going to do something a bit more refined than just, you know, high rad, low rad, right? The transuranics in there, you're going to measure, you're going to characterize. What are you going to do?
So we've actually taken 2 soil samples below B cell and characterized those. That was almost approaching 10 years ago at this point, to try to better understand what's in the soil below B cell. And it's primarily cesium, strontium, very low levels of alpha, and a few other isotopes in there. And then looking at some of the stuff we pulled out of the hot cell or B cell, and our radiological engineers have essentially determined that once that debris and the soil, if it's packaged in the hot cells, the high dose stuff, and we're doing that purely off a dose based on what's in there. Once you grout it in there, it'll meet the ERDF waste acceptance criteria to go to ERDF, and we would not need to ship it to WIP or to a different repository.
All right. You're not, okay. Sounds like you got a plan there. 2 samples or 3, 10 years old. You know, that's a lot of square foot underneath that cell. So if you think you got a representative amount, that's fine. But you know, I think you got transuranics down there. So,
and you bring up a good point. Those samples were taken right below the sump where the acidic mixture had eaten through and gone down into the soil. So they were taken below the sump, but also when we were drilling in room 18, which is a number of feet over, we were finding some contamination there as well. And we are continuing to take soil samples as we're digging and analyzing those, characterizing those. And we're primarily finding the cesium, strontium. I haven't really found alpha in there. So it's a continued effort. And once we start digging, that's something we'll be doing as well as characterizing the soil. It's just one of those issues where it's quite costly to go under there, collect additional soil from B cell. But we're fortunate that 325 is one of the few facilities in the world that can actually analyze those samples, and it's right next door to us. So, you know, if we find something that we didn't think was there, we'll change course and take additional precautions. But we are sampling as we're going.
Right. Well, when I was younger, I worked in both those buildings. So, yeah,
oh,
I know we did a lot of stuff in those hot cells. Thank you.
All right.
All right. I've got 4 people. You're a popular guy, Ben. I've got Tom, Cecilia, and then I've got a question from Dory. Tom?
A couple quick questions. The micro piles that are going to be supporting the foundation during the excavation, are those on hold as well, or is that work progressing?
So about a month ago, we resumed activities in room 18, and room 18 is where the drill rig is that's drilling through the floor and installing the micro piles. And we're doing the prep work right now in room 18 to be able to resume drilling. So that involves cleaning out, so initially housekeeping, remove some of the trash that was in there, equipment that's not being used anymore, try to clear out that room as much as possible to create space for the workers, as well as creating updated surveys, radiological surveys, understanding where the hotspots are, if things have changed over the past year. We're done with that. Nothing's changed. And then we're looking at next week getting back in there and removing. We've got a negative air machine. So as the soil comes up from the floor, it goes into a soil separator, and the soil goes into a 55-gallon drum. And then the remaining dust is sucked through a negative air machine. One of the efficiencies we had done earlier on in the project was go for a shorter hose, a non-corrugated one, so you don't have hot soil collecting in the ridges. That hose was still in the room, and next week we'll be removing that. We're also we made some efficiencies. That drum, we've got a new way to allow workers to remove that from the room. New device. So we're putting right now is just basically prep work to start resuming micro piles, hopefully in June timeframe.
Great.
Get back to drilling.
The other last thing I wanted to mention, during the EIC workshop a couple weeks ago, Brian Vance mentioned that in order for our advice to be timely, we need to be looking 2 or 3 years in the future. So just so we're in the 23-24 range when work is soil excavations happening, is there anything on 324 that you think could benefit from HAB advice?
I think one of the most useful things from my perspective is understanding the priorities at the time, the cleanup work that's going on. And if based on the timing of the other projects that we have on site, DF, Law, K Basin, removing that basin, T plant. So it's essentially understanding at a policy level what your priorities are, and the stakeholders coordinating through you. Where does 324 fall on that? So that's what I usually find most helpful. Where are we on your all's priority list?
Great, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All right, Dory has a question, but she's juggling a background full of children, so she typed it in the chat. She says, regarding COVID-19 compliance, how is the project done with workers being COVID safe and outages due to sickness?
Mm-hmm. Okay, so back in 2020, in the March, April timeframe, the project got shut down. No one could go into the building except for those performing the MinSafe activities. And that was across the site, not just 324. So we had to, one, wait until the PPE shortages, that was no longer as much of an issue to be able to get back in there. One of the other shortages was transitioning a lot of staff to telework. They had to update their setups at home to be able to telework and resume getting work done. So that took a number of months transitioning people. But the main concern before we brought anyone back was worker safety. So we looked at all of our office space out there, and from a social distancing perspective, and we said, based on the 6-foot requirements and more, we couldn't use certain trailers until we spaced out the offices, reduced the number of people that could be in there. We also brought in an additional trailer to create more office space, socially distanced office space. And put up all the plexiglass liners and whatnot. So that was a number of the activities we were doing once we could finally get back to work at 324, was just redesigning office space and certain areas where people congregate in the facility, making that compliant and safe from a COVID perspective for the workers. And if if you're on the Hanford site, you've got a mask on. If you're in your office, your door needs to be shut if you want to take it off. So we're taking COVID pretty seriously. And if, we've got our HPMC as the call-in line to do contact tracing if someone's got a quarantine. So people are kept informed and in the loop, not in the dark on if they've been around someone. And if someone needs to quarantine, that's fine. We're going to slow down the project, or we have to stop certain activities until those people can come back. We're not going to do any work with or reduce an unsafe number of staff out there trying to get it done. But yeah, COVID's hit us kind of hard.
Right. Dory, if you've got a follow-up, go ahead and type it in and we'll read it out for you. I've got Tom Galeotto with a request for Ben, and then Liz. Tom?
Thanks, Ruth. Ben, you've referred to your timeline for the project a few times during these responses. I wonder if it's possible for you to provide a detailed schedule for the project to the RAP for our information and assessment.
I think that would absolutely be necessary to help you guys better understand the timeline. Next time I come back, I'm hoping you would let me present that. And the only reason why I say not right now is because we're updating our schedule to account for the loss of our CTs, as well as some COVID impacts. And then we need to run that by the regulatory agencies. I feel I owe that to them to at least go through the schedule, make sure they agree with it before we make any formal changes and come out to the public with some of the adjusted timeframes. So if you guys can have me back in about 2 months, I could definitely provide that to you guys.
Okay, we would appreciate that. I just as an additional comment there, every year we submit cleanup priorities lists to DOE from the HAB, and we just did that a couple months ago. And one of the statements that we usually put in there, it was for fiscal 2023 because it's a 2-year cycle out for budgeting. And we put a statement in that says something to the effect that if some of the items in DOE's 5-year plan are expected to be finished before the budget year, 2023 in this case, we would expect them, if they're not finished before then, we would expect them to be added to the critical list of items for 2023. That seems to fall into the category here for 324 building now. It was supposed to have been, as I recall from the 5-year plan, supposed to have been to the point of having all soil removed in fiscal 2022. And so therefore we didn't address that directly. We just addressed the demolition of the building in fiscal 2023. So just as a note, because of this current schedule that you're talking about for removal of the soil, that item would become a critical item as well in fiscal 2023. So thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, and Liz.
Thanks. I just have 2 more questions. One, and I apologize if you already answered this. Do we know how deep the contamination is underneath B-cell?
So the highest radiation portion of it goes to about 7 to 8 feet. And that's based off over a dozen probes that we had sent under the facility. And we've also sent 2 very deep probes down right above the groundwater, which is it can be 45 to 50 feet, depending on the high level, the fluctuations in the river. But what we determined from those probes, we weren't detecting any contamination above groundwater within 10 feet of it. At about 22 feet below the hot cell, we did find some minimal contamination, but it's nothing like what's in the top 3 feet. That's your highest, and then it drops pretty quickly down to about 7 or 8, which is where we expect to finish the remote excavation, and then in the future can come back and do normal open air excavation or potentially with a tent. Just something a lot easier and typical for what we do out here at Hanford, so that we can reach the cleanup levels in the rod. But it's
oh, thanks. The other thing I'm wondering, I just had two more quick questions. So once this is completed, all the soil is removed, when would the entire 324 building, when's the milestone for 324 building to be demolished and all of that work to be done?
So the current TPA milestone is set in 25. However, we are going to be out past that. And that's the date, one of the dates that we need to meet with EPA on to show them our revised schedule based on some of the impacts.
Okay, thanks.
So I'm hoping I can come back and inform you guys.
Yeah, and then I think probably the biggest concerns are going to be about the hottest waste coming out of B-cell going to ERDF. It seems like hearing concerns about that sooner rather than later is probably better. But I'm curious if, and maybe we just need the next briefing to include more detail about how you're measuring or characterizing the waste. It sounds like it's just a dose rate coming off the waste, but so that at least for the budget of like how much waste can end up in ERDF, what radionuclides can end up there, how much is in the waste in the monoliths that you're talking about. Is it possible to get some more information about that so we can have better informed advice about that if that's the way the HAB goes?
Yes, I can definitely come back, talk about what we know about the waste site, the characterization that we've done, the dose levels, and eventually everything is going to ERDF, and why our method for doing that and why we'll meet the waste acceptance criteria to be able to go there.
Okay, thank you so much.
All right. I don't have anyone else in queue. Tom, you all up for a break?
Yeah, I think we're right on schedule. Let's break. I guess, can we shorten the break a little bit so we're making sure we're back at 10:30 for the presenters?
Yeah. So,
Okay.
yeah. Okay. Break until 10:30. Come back at 10:29 so we're ready to go.
All right. Thank you guys for having me. I appreciate it. And thank you for all the questions.
Thanks so much.
All right. Are we ready to get back and talk about the groundwater? Tom?
Yeah, so want to welcome Elwood Glossbrenner from DOE to talk about the soil flushing at 100K.
So who's controlling the slides? Is it being done? Ruth Nicholson?
Would you like to do it? I can certainly transfer things to you.
Oh, no, that's fine. That'll work.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. So I'm Elwood Glossbrenner. I'm a project lead for 100K area with Department of Energy. And I was going to do a overview of the ESD explanation of significant differences that we're going to put into the interaction rod, and also an update on the cost figures. Next. So a little safety message here, having to do with home ergonomics. So they just talk about monitor at arm's length in front of you. Web address bar should be at eye level, hands at or below elbow level. You can see the picture of the gentleman sitting there where his arms are running parallel to the floor, and his legs are also, or actually his thighs are running parallel to the floor. So it's a good sitting position. Take breaks about every 20 to 30 minutes, stand up, stretch, look at something about 20 feet away. And that's it. Next. So the briefing purpose here is to give an update to the soil flushing and the groundwater cleanup efforts. This is the follow-up briefing from last year on soil flushing that we had presented at the HAB. And I believe also towards the latter end of 2019, we introduced this to the HAB RAC committee. And then it's informational for updating on groundwater remediation activities. Next. So the explanation of significant differences will go into an interaction record of decision for the KR4 groundwater operable unit, and that's planned for this summer or towards the end of it. We're going to address two separate changes. It's going to add soil flushing to the 183 K East head house area to enhance the existing pump and treat remedy, and we're also going to update the overall remedy cost. And then this aligns with planning for the final record of decision, but allows us to implement soil flushing earlier instead of waiting. Next. So a little bit of process history here. Do you see in this figure, the green is outlining the footprint of the K East head house. But if you look down towards the bottom of the figure, kind of center right or center left, you'll see the K East or K West head house footprint. And so what drove us to this decision was based on a rebound study that was done back in May of 2016. We shut down the pump and treat, and over the course of May through December, actually May 2016 through March 2017, we allowed the water to resettle back to ambient static conditions for groundwater, and we saw a plume developing. And then we turned the pump and treat back on in April of 2017. Some of the things that we did see with the rebound is the maximum hexchrome concentration in that area reached a level of about 470 parts per billion. And then it averaged about 300 parts per billion in one specific well that was down gradient of the head house, probably located right there in the center of the sedimentation basin, which is that gray hashed area that's slightly north of the K West head house there. Why we want to do the remediation in the K East head house area is we had excavation of 14 waste sites that took place back in 2016, 2017, and we were dug down to about 42.5 feet, or roughly 42.5 feet itself above the groundwater that was underneath. During this process, we encountered hexchrome concentrations of about 0.273 parts per billion, or parts per million, which is well above the 2.1 parts per million cleanup standard. But that equates to 273 parts per billion in the soil column itself at that point in the excavation. And with the rain events and the snow events that came in, it's highly probable that if there was the continuing source that is in there was being driven down further towards the groundwater. And the sampling events indicate that we do have a continuing source, as you can see from this photo from 2019. We're showing a contamination area that's above 48, or the drinking water standard. So soil flushing will be used to push remaining contamination down to the groundwater, and then it will be extracted through the existing pump and treat. Next. So we implemented a soil flushing treatability test, and that began towards the end of May 2019. And through December 2019, we were able to effectively remove 38 pounds of hexavalent chromium in that 7-month period. And against pump and treat operations at that same location, the K West area, in the preceding year was 17 pounds of hexachrome removed just through standard pump and treat operations. So what we determined is that the soil flushing helped push residual hexachrome from the vadostone into the groundwater, and by doing that, that shortens the lifespan of the pump and treat operations. If we were running just strictly pump and treat operations only, then what we have is a dependence and a reliance on river stage fluctuations. So some of you may remember 2016, I believe it was, we had a high river event. And then also back in 2019, we had another high river event. So during these high river events, residual hexachrome that exists in the vadostone would be leached down through capillary action from the water hitting the bottom of the vadostone. But we don't know what the size of the existing hexachrome source area is. So this could be an issue with just running standard pump and treat operations only. And we don't know how long that would take to pull all the hexachrome out over time. It could take 20 years, 30 years. It just depends on the mass that's still caught up in the vadostone above the what we call the periodically rewetted zone. So what we saw here is that it improved cost efficiency, and it also removed the hexavalent chrome contamination source area. Next. So this is what the infiltration gallery looks like. In the upper left-hand corner, you'll see distribution pipes and coverings. They're dug into the ground about 3 feet, and you have lateral tubes going through these trenches. And then the round, half-round things that you see on top are the covers that allow the water to spray straight upward from these distribution pipes into those covers, and then it fans out over to the sides and above, so you get even distribution of water that infiltrates into the ground from that point. The lower left-hand photograph shows a obstruction that was in the northeast quadrant. We divided this leach field into 4 separate quadrants, but the northeast quadrant ran into an obstruction there that you can see, which is a raw water pipeline that went to the sedimentation basins. The upper right-hand picture shows a valve box separating 2 quadrants, and the hose going in there comes from a main input line that comes from the picture down below it is the injection and well leach field manifold. So what we have here is 4 pipes that go to injection wells leading out to the K West area, and we can turn those blue knobs up there to either channel all 4 injection wells to the infiltration gallery, which is what we did in the beginning, but we can also dial them back to one valve that opens up an injection well and have 3 feeding the infiltration gallery and so on. Next. So this is a graphic of the 4 different phases of infiltration. So you can see starting May 28th that we had a high peak of about 1,600. Let me see here. Yeah, okay. So phase one, with the initial infiltration, we experienced a high concentration of 1,650 parts per billion. And as we go down to phase four, we see a drop to a peak of 112 parts per billion. That would be the red line, which is the monitoring well that was immediately up gradient from the K205, which is the black line. And the concentrations in the extraction well, which was K205, had an initial concentration at phase one of 882 parts per billion, and it has since trickled down to 38 parts per billion. What you see is during the different phases, we also had a system shutdown, and we would usually shut down the system when it reached a drinking water standard or a target level in the interim rod, which was 20 parts per billion. And then we would allow the water mounting to settle down and use the injection wells, turning them back on from the manifold picture that I showed you earlier, and push the water mound towards the extraction well K205. And so you'll see a slight uptick with each phase following the shutdown. Next. So what we're doing here is an update to the overall remedy cost, and the explanation of significant differences will include the increased overall remedy cost based on system expansions and expected remaining operating duration. This also includes the costs incurred for operations through 2019 and an estimate of projected end of pump and treat operations in 2032, and it includes cost savings associated with soil flushing and KE head house. Next. So these were the various interaction. The first one's the interaction record and two ESDs pertaining to the KR4 groundwater operable unit. So you can see in 96 it was estimated 5 years of running time at about 12.3 million, and then in 2009 an ESD was put together with estimated operating cost through 2012 of 81.9 million, and then this current ESD as the actual estimated operating cost through 2032, which is 240.7 million. Next. So interfacing with the final record of decision planning, DOE and EPA are working on an RIFS study to support the final record of decision for the 100K area. We expect that to go out for public review, the proposed plan, sometime in 2022. Soil flushing will enhance the interaction rod and supports accelerated groundwater cleanup and aligns with the final rod planning. And the operational duration used for pump and treat system cost updated is based on the rod planning. Next. So this shows the KR1 and KR2, the various decisions associated with the source area, and KR4, which is what the ESD will pertain to, is the groundwater record of decision, and all of these will feed in to a final record of decision in the future. Next. So next steps is to put the ESD together and expect it to be finalized by the end of this fiscal year. And then we will publish a notification of the final document and including an administrative record. Remedial action work plan will be updated, and the That's subject to EPA review and approval, and we're hoping to start construction of the K East soil flushing area in 2022. And I think there's one more slide. So in summary, treatability testing showed that soil flushing was effective at removing the hexavalent chrome. ESD allows for soil flushing at the K East head house, and it does support accelerated groundwater cleanup. And that's it. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Elwood. Before we go to questions, I want to check in with EPA and ecology if they've got a perspective to share, and then we'll go to questions. Roberto, are you still with us from EPA?
Hi, Ruth. Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
All right, perfect. So in general, EPA supports 100K ESD. We received the first draft from DOE back in March, but there were some major concerns that we had that needed to be addressed before we accepted it for further review. The first draft was very vague about the physical application of the soil flushing, as well as the cost language, and did not highlight the benefits of soil flushing as an enhancement to the existing remedy. And so we sent that first draft back with some comments back in April, and we received a revised second draft from DOE that we felt was appropriate enough to send to our legal, policy, and headquarters personnel at EPA for further review. And we expect to hear back by the end of May to stay on track for the fiscal year 2021 schedule.
Thank you. Is there anyone else from EPA that needs to weigh in? If not, I'm going to toss it to Deeb from ecology. Deeb?
This is a really nice presentation, and I looked at that report, and it's a very good, well-written report. But today, I concentrated on the cost and the amount of removed, and probably I missed that part when I reviewed it. But I have a questions to DOE. It is one of the most successful soil flushing I could see. In 7 months, you removed 38 pounds. For the entire calendar year before that, when you started soil flushing, before that, for the entire calendar year, you removed only close to 17 pounds. So in 7 months, you almost double. And if I calculate it for the calendar year, it will be something exceeding 60 pounds. That means 3 times of what you have used to do before soil flushing, you would have done in 1 calendar year, same period of time. It's a huge amount of mass you really flushed. And so in such a short time. Now my question is, that's a very good success story. Now my question is, 2 questions. One is, why do you think that this will take long time for another more than a decade, to flush that soil and remove it? Are you in that connections? Can you do you have any? You already said we don't know much about the inventory. What is there? How much is there? Looks like you have now some kind of a understanding how much mass is still there, in order for you to calculate that your remediation will take up to 2032, and the cost is very high. No problem. So I have a little bit of questions on that. How did you come up with that number? When you are so successful in flushing out that whole thing in such a short time, and you saw how the concentration was is going down, it just dropped, but you removed a very good amount of mass also. So what makes you think that it will take more than 10 years or about 12 years? And what's the amount of sources that you are anticipating in your calculations? some kind of mass balance study. Can you just address those two things? Otherwise, I'm very full supportive of this whole process, and I agree. And this is a good technology. You're definitely using it.
So, Dee, part of what drove the cost up is based on actuals from the previous years through 2019, and then you add in the annual operations cost and maintenance that comes with a facility for, so say for K West, for example, this is one of 3 facilities that we have in the K area. Is about $2.3 million a year to operate. So if you add up the cost of running those pump and treat facilities, and then you also have to do what we call remedial process optimization activities. We drill new wells. We also go out and maybe do expansions. We have to do vessel cleanouts. That cost can go up over time. If we have to, say KR4, for instance, we're looking at expanding that pump and treat. It may, or potentially it's reached the end of its life cycle and may need to be replaced. Hopefully not. When it comes to the mass that's contained in the vadose, we know from excavation and operations that occurred at K West and K East. Those were the areas where they offloaded high concentration hexavalent chrome into storage tanks, and you have spills, and it was been driven down over time. So what happens with the pump and treat operations, if we have a mass, a continuing source, and we don't use soil flushing, then we are completely dependent on river stage fluctuations and annual rain and snow events that will percolate down into the vadose zone over time. And that has, I think it's an infiltration rate of about 7 inches per year on average. So you're looking at 85 feet of vadose zone to go through to push that remaining source down into the groundwater. Do you have anything else, Jason?
Yeah, Deeb, that's a great question. I really want to clarify, Deeb, and this is Jason Capron with DOE. Deeb, the 2032 date that we're extending to is based on the entirety of the pump and treat system for the K area. It's not specific to the soil flushing. So you're right, the soil flushing really speeds up the process. As Elwood noted, we actually expect it to knock 20 years off the total lifetime of the pump and treat system, but the 2032 date is based on other plume areas besides the K East head house that will be needed for attainment.
Okay, I have then a little bit of a couple of more questions then. So the soil flushing itself, if you calculate for this ESD to be included in that your interim rod, can you give us a number that just to include the soil flushing in your overall pump and treat system, what's additional cost you are adding? Because the way your soil flushing is now working, it is a very excellent way you are flushing these things, and the way you are flushing and you are getting the mass, I don't see that thing to continue. Definitely not 12 years. That is what I saw from your my interpretation is, and the cost associated with that. 280 million, 40 million is the total cost of your soil flushing plus groundwater pump and treat. That is what I understood. I think that should be clarified to clarified to the to everybody. So if you increase the flushing rate, assuming you have a really good number of good idea about the total inventory, and get rid of the source in the vadose zone, I hope you look at that aspects too. And I think you will be in a, you will have a better control, not better control. I think your cost will be really, as you go down the line, 5 years down the line, your cost should significantly decrease. Well, that's my comment. You have anything to add? Or see?
No, Dee, but this is Jason again. I agree with you that flushing will decrease the cost of it. We do have other plume areas at 100K that we need to continue to address, yes. Pump and treat, and those are included in that total cost. So that cost is a total all operations for pump and treat costs. That's not specific to soil flushing, but it does account for the cost advantages that soil flushing will give us.
Okay, I have no comments. Thanks. Thank you.
Sure.
All right. Let's move on to HAB member questions. Tom Cecilia, I've got you in queue. Tom?
Hi. I think this is an amazing success story. The in situ remediation, non-invasive, it's effective. I have two questions. One is, are there any non-target compounds that might get mobilized in the K East head house? And the other one is, when K West pump and treat or soil flushing study was going, you guys found a leg of the plume that was undercutting one of your wells and bypassing the treatment network or the sub pump and treat network. I'm wondering, how confident are you that your capture zone for the K East plume is going to catch all of the mobilized hexchrome?
So we're very confident that we have a very robust extraction well network put in place. We also have what we call multi-purpose wells. So we have monitoring wells in place, and depending on where the plume travels, we can convert those monitoring wells into extraction wells to make sure that we are extracting the plume before it goes past the extraction well network. And we also have aquifer tube monitoring network along the shoreline.
And then is the contamination there all hexchrome, or is there a potential that you're going to be mobilizing some non-target compounds that you might not be able to treat?
No, in this case, we know that the contaminant concern is mainly hexavalent chrome, because that's all that was brought to the head house during operations, and the waste site remediation itself has captured all other constituents of concern in the past. So all that remains now is the hexchrome that's a continuing source in the Vado zone.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
Marissa, we haven't heard your voice in a while. What's your question?
Who monitors the monitoring wells and extraction system, and is it different than the company who did the initial modeling and design?
The current contractor does the monitoring through the pump and treat. So you have a influent from the extraction wells going into the pump and treat. And most of the personnel, from my understanding, that were with CHPRC have migrated over to the current CPCCO, their Central Plateau Cleanup Company.
Okay, and do you see any conflict of interest there?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, Marissa, this is Laura Bulow from EPA.
Hi.
Hi. Could you elaborate on that a little bit more of what I feel like you're asking more than we're thinking you're asking.
Okay, I'm wondering if, the initial company who did the design and initial modeling of the plume or of the flush system will also be monitoring the extraction, because if that's the case, there could be a conflict of interest and that they're checking their own system rather than having a second party check their system.
Thanks.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, no, I understand what you're saying. I'm gonna let DOE jump in there if they want to first.
Thank you.
Okay, so the contract transitioned over from PRC to CPC Co, but the sampling results are validated at a laboratory's offsite. If that's what you're wondering about.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm wondering. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And that all the sampling requirements that are done for this are in sampling and analysis plans that are approved by EPA and Department of Energy. So
Okay,
we get to see that in the validated data.
great. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Are there other questions? I don't have anyone else in queue.
This
Other
is
questions?
Shelley. I had my
Shelley.
hand up, but I think I did.
Did you? Okay.
A little frustrating. Hi, it's Shelley Simone. I'm wondering a couple things. I'm wondering about, we create, these capture zones, and how, at this point, in order to determine that you hadn't created a large enough capture zone, that would demand, monitoring outside of that zone. Would, at this point, we need to have other wells drilled in order to know whether we were successful, you were successful in creating that capture zone? Or are there wells available now that can be tested to determine, that zone is sufficient? That's one of my questions.
Okay, so we're very confident of the extraction well capturing zone, but if we also have lots of monitoring wells in place that if we need to, we can convert them to extraction wells to make sure that we are capturing any plume migration that's outside the estimated capture zone for the plume.
Okay, so as monitoring wells are being tested, if they start to see a rise in contaminant numbers, that well can, or a monitoring well can then, how quickly, and I guess that's the second question is how quickly can that be converted to and tied into the system as an injection or as an extraction well?
Is Jason Holstrom on?
I see Jason.
I am online.
Could you answer Simone's question about how fast could we convert a monitoring well to an extraction well?
Sure, I can at least give an estimated time frame. In general, the wells that we would be looking at here are within proximity to the gallery itself. So the hookup could be anywhere between a month to 3 months. Now, if we end up showing extraction wells or wells needed outside in potentially sensitive areas, it could take longer than that. And that, of course, would have to be evaluated.
And then I guess lastly, what about the funding? How agile could this program be in having to develop more extraction wells financially?
So we have an annual budget call with DOE, and we prioritize where we see a need for funding in the various operable units. But K area is definitely on the top of the list as far as the target area for funding for groundwater in the 100 areas along with 100 N.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
All right. Make sure I didn't lose anyone. Rob Davis.
Yes. First of all, I'd like to congratulate you folks for such a magnificent effort putting into pump and treat. 10 years ago, we thought that it was a useless technology because of the fundamental problems that you're running into now, the wells and et cetera. But you've been able to conquer it at a high cost. And so, yeah, so I guess my big point is, you know, great, we got a great program. And again, the cost is very high. But do you foresee this expanding sizably over the next 10 years?
I'm not sure I understand the gist of your question. You mean expanding in the 100K area, or maybe using it at another source area in the river corridor?
Well, in particular, the uranium plume in the 300 area.
Okay, so this is about flushing contamination out of the vadostone into the groundwater, whereas the uranium plume over in the 300 area is a different technology. They're using sequestration, and that monitoring of the results is ongoing. And currently, it's too early to tell how that's working, but these are two different types of remediation techniques.
So you would never use flushing to flush away the uranium?
I don't see this technology being used for flushing uranium. No.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
All right. That basically my question was, is because I know the uranium is quite soluble. So thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there other questions? Anyone? Well, Tom, I don't have anyone else in queue. We know we're going to start at 12:30. That's a little bit different than what's on the printed agenda, but that's so we can have some increased participation in the for the Central Waste Complex discussion. Give you a sneak peek here on the agenda. You can see that. So what would you like to do, Tom?
Well, let's, why don't I take a couple minutes and talk about what happened at the EIC workshop. And then we can maybe take lunch a little bit early so we get a little bit more than an hour in for you guys.
Sure. Knowing what I need to do at lunch, I wouldn't argue with that.
And so, Ryan, yes, we're confirmed moving the CWC up to 12:30. I apologize for the short notice there. So the Executive Issues Committee had a leadership workshop virtually last week in April. Had a lot of really productive conversations, and there's still some work to do on the work plan and the calendar. One thing that a productive conversation that we had was about the timeliness of advice and trying to get sort of ahead of reacting. Brian Vance presented and said, really, for the HAB advice to be timely and useful, we need to be looking 2 or 3 years out. So there's time to react to our advice points. So something that we're going to be looking at is getting updates on what's happening now, but also looking at what's on the work plan for 2 or 3 years out, and maybe even getting a little more detail than what's on the 5-year vision work plan, so we can really be informed and pick our topics appropriately. For the next year or so, I'm trying to come up with a sort of tentative schedule so we can have time to plan even agendas with plenty of time for subject matter experts and presentations to get cleared through headquarters. So I'll be sharing sort of those topics with the committee as soon as we can reach some agreement. The final work plan and calendar, final draft work plan and calendar should be tentatively approved by the EIC at the end of this month. We're having a call to finish the work planning process. So not a whole lot of detail to present, but it was a really productive couple days of conversation and really getting an understanding of where all the different parties were and where the collaboration can be. So with that, I guess let's take lunch early and come back at 12:30, unless anyone else has anything to add about the leadership workshop or anything quick to announce.
All right. Right, so I'm going to leave the agenda up so folks can see where we're going. And we will see you back at 12:30.
Okay, well, thanks for moving up the schedule, everybody. I guess since Ruth's muted, I will go ahead and get us started, and appreciate the presentations, and whenever you're ready.
Here I was nattering along. Jared saved me.
All right, I'll go ahead and get started. So I just got a few questions on the central waste complex inspections. So I wanted to kind of give a little bit of overview and kind of some of the things to answer some of the questions that were raised. And so I'm Jared Matthew. I'm a ecology project manager for compliance. And so I work with working with scheduling all the inspections for the Hanford site and kind of organizing our compliance program for dangerous waste. And so Kelly Elsathagan, she's the ecology waste management project manager. And John Price is my manager, the tri-party section. So next slide. So some of the inspection work that we do for federal facilities, we're required to do an annual compliance evaluation inspection. It's called a CEI. For Hanford, that inspection is not a simple one inspection and you're done. There's a lot of different TSD units that need to be inspected. We have about 30 of them, and includes and lots of groupings of dangerous waste management units. So, for example, like the single shell tanks, 149 different tanks, but it's considered we look at it as kind of one TSD. So that's like one inspection of the many that we do. We do all of our tracking of compliance through EPA's RECRA info database. And so we use different tools with getting compliance by issuing reports and sending letters and requiring corrective actions. That's typically referred to as informal enforcement. If we can ever get to resolution, we usually we can move up and do recommendations for formal enforcement. Just get back to compliance. We also have to inspect. We try to do about 20% of the central accumulation areas on site. There's about 60. I think that's increased now to about 70 now. And so we'll have to do a few extras every year to keep up with that. Next slide. So, the project managers and staff, we kind of, look at what's going on with each facility, to do a scoping. Inspectors are supposed to be looking through past reports, looking at concerns that were issued in past reports. And then they put together a scope. Those scopes are peer reviewed by me and the compliance lead. And so with, units that have a lot of hazardous waste management, units, it can differ. We may focus and change things around a little bit when we do inspections. And so this kind of changes just depends on what's going on with the facility and the history of the facility. Next slide. So the Central Waste Complex is a large facility. It's got about 43 buildings. There's about 10,000 individual containers in there. There's also the outdoor storage areas that Hanford and the Department of Energy are working to get repackaged, and so they can be brought into the Central Waste Complex. And then adjacent to CWC is the PFP, and it's not subject to the M91 milestones, and it's subject to CERCLA. It's not a hazardous waste management unit. Next slide. So there were some questions on the 2017 and 2018 inspections of the Central Waste Complex. The focus of the 17 inspection was container labeling, specifically major risk labeling. We looked at the conditions of containers. Generally, when we do these inspections, there's requirements of all the different parts and pieces that we have to look at. And so closure, waste minimization, we look at inspection records, staff training, treatment records, if that's applicable. Operating records is when you go into the actual file for that container. Kind of tells a story of kind of how that waste was generated, where has it been, where's it moved, and you need to look at what the waste codes are for land disposal restriction requirements, and like the contingency plans. Another one for one of those things that we look at. So what happens when something goes wrong, and how do you respond to that? Next slide. So the 2017 report had 4 non-compliances. The first one was, at the time, it was called major risk labeling. The regulations have changed. It's now called hazard labeling. And so what we did is we went in and we went through a bunch of buildings. We picked containers at different buildings and pulled the operating record for those containers. We found that there's waste codes. That did not have the proper risk labeling, so we cited that as a non-compliance. I'll talk about the resolution of that here later. The second non-compliance was we found a container that was not in good condition. Parts of the container had fallen off onto the floor. You could see like rust and pieces of it on the floor. And so on February 7th of 18, we see records and photos showing that container was sent out for repackaged, and it was put into a new container in good condition. So that non-compliance was closed out. The third non-compliance was some issues with the dangerous waste training plans. Had group positions. This was a global issue that we had with a lot of the different training plans on site. And those were where you'd have multiple positions. So, and each of those positions had different training requirements. So we were not able to determine compliance because we couldn't know what the training was, because the position was grouped and the training was kind of grouped. So what they did to resolve that is they revised their dangerous waste training plan, and that was resolved on June 26th of 18. And so that identified all the job positions, and that issue has been resolved site-wide as well. A lot of that issue has been taken care of. The fourth non-compliance we cited was we asked for operating records, and after looking through them, we didn't get all of the records that we asked for. And so that compliance went closed out because before the inspection was issued, we actually got all the records that we needed. Next slide. So here's just some photos of that inspection. This is one of the containers is in that grouping there. There's another one in and another building. We picked different buildings that we went through. So this is just some examples of some of the containers we saw in that 17 inspection. The next slide. This is that container that had some parts and pieces falling off of it. And there's some debris on the floor. So this is the one that got repackaged and taken care of. Next slide. So there's a follow-up. This is the May 2018 inspection. So there was one non-compliant cited. Again, this was major risk labeling. We cited this for 3 different containers. One of those containers kind of appeared rusty, but there was no parts and pieces of the container falling off. So this was cited for not having the proper risk label. And next slide. So with the risk labeling, this took a little bit longer to get resolved, but we had meetings and we updated the USDOE and the contractor updated all their procedures to ensure that all containers accepted at the solid waste operation complex facilities be labeled with the appropriate hazard label. And so anything that comes into the facility now is going to get properly labeled. They made sure that the risks, hazards of corrosive, reactive, or ignitable were all labeled at the facility. They went through and did a complete check through of all the containers to make sure all the containers were labeled in compliance with this. The agreement also included putting the labels on the 22 containers that were actually specifically cited in the 17 and 18 reports. And if you guys are curious on the specifics of this, it's in the AR, and that link there is provided if you're interested in seeing the resolution to the risk labeling. Next slide. And so with that, I just want to give an overview if you guys have any questions.
Let's check in with EPA and DOE. We usually do that before we jump into board member questions. Ecology, do you have anything to add? Or your ecology, EPA, do you have anything to add, Roberto?
No, since EPA isn't the lead regulator here, we would just defer to ecology on this matter.
Okay. DOE, I know we've got some staff on. Do you have information to add?
No, I don't have any information to add specifically on these issues, but I know there were some additional questions that were provided. So however you want to handle those.
Okay. Actually, I think I'll just go to the queue and let folks follow up with what's on their mind. Shelley, I've got you first in the queue.
Thanks, Ruth. Well, I'm curious, we did put together some questions that were to be answered. It would be nice to walk through those. I don't know if they were handed over to Jared or to Mark French, or what happened there. But it'd be nice to hear the answers to the questions that the committee came up with. I'm interested in a couple things. I'm interested in knowing if the labels identify ultimate disposition. I mean, this is material. These are all containers that have been processed and are supposedly ready for acceptance somewhere. Is that designated on the labeling?
No, that's not generally on the labeling. That would be in the operating record for each container is where you'd find that. There might be some indications.
Yeah, I can jump in here, Shelley. This is John Price. So that really has to do with the M91 Milestone series that we have out for public comment right now. So for the waste that is covered by those M91 milestones, and not all of the waste inside CWC falls within those milestones, M91 milestones establish a schedule for the disposition of those wastes. So it's not on a container by container basis, but kind of at a much higher level.
So is it lumped then into a larger number that says we've got, 20,000 of these or 10 of these, or how?
Yeah, so the way we set up the M91 milestones is we looked at primarily small contact handled containers. So contact handled is containers that workers can go right up to. And then we have a very small category of remote handled waste. So what we're going to say in the M91,
I haven't seen them.
What we're going to say in the M91 milestones is we have a proposed goal of getting 99% of the waste covered by the M91 milestones off the site and disposed of by 2040.
So I guess I would add to that too. I mean, we as the milestones require, the existing milestones as well as the proposed milestones require us to work off 280 cubic meters of waste per year. So we are continuing to work off that volume, and actually we're ahead of schedule for meeting those milestones. So that's an ongoing thing. As far as, where we have non-compliances or we have waste that came out of retrieval, to, repackage that and get it, either screened as low-level waste and it's not transuranic, or get it packaged so it is ready to go to WIP when we start resuming shipments.
Yeah, the other thing I'd add, Shelley, is for the waste not covered by M91 milestones, our goal is to have a treatment and disposal schedule for all of the waste covered by ecology's regulations. So Jared also happens to be our project manager for what's called the M-26 milestone series, which is the land disposal restriction report. So DOE every year has to report to us what are their plans for all the mixed waste across the site. And so we want to have schedules for all of that. And then also, and Roberto might want to jump in here also, so for the CERCLA side of things, for waste that is generated by CERCLA remedial actions, we want to have schedules for all of that waste too. Now, when we talk about that, we have to distinguish between contamination and waste, and this is an important distinction. So if you think about chemicals in the soil, that's contamination. It's not waste until it's dug up. So for the CERCLA waste that has been dug up already, and the plutonium finishing plant waste is another category from knocking down buildings, our goal is to have a schedules for all of that. So we want to have a schedule to get all of the waste disposed of. Over.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to, I know Jerry is only with us for another few minutes. So instead of running through the 7 questions, I'm just going to kick it to Jerry. And then we can play catch up here in a minute. Jerry?
Thank you kindly for that. I'm sorry, filling in for someone whose wife has cancer for teaching and didn't expect to have to do that when this was scheduled. And this may overlap with some of those questions, of course, but let's start with the fact sheet for the M91 change has a picture of gleaming white drums, neatly spaced, one apart, all apart, not stacked. I assume, and I believe I'm correct, that these are repackaged wrap, waiting for transport. And is that an accurate description or depiction of all the wastes now in the Central Waste Complex facilities? Or as we saw with, and there are many more graphic pictures, are there still barrels stacked on wooden pallets 3 high, some of them with some corrosion throughout these buildings? Or are they all as nicely repackaged and separated and only 1 high as per the photograph on the M91 change package at the very top of the fact sheet?
So Jerry, this is Mark French. I also have Kelly Ebert, who's one of my team lead responsible for SWAC, and then on the call, and then Stu Mortensen, who is the SWAC operations manager, or the CWC operations manager, can help provide the information. So yes, you were correct. Those are repackaged containers, standard waste boxes in the picture you see. So no, the buildings are not all like that. We still have buildings with either drum stack 3 high or 2 high. And Stu, I don't remember, are they all on steel pallets, not wood?
No, we have a mixture of metal pallets and wooden pallets. The split is 80% metal and 20% wood.
And at 280 cubic meters per year, I mean, the RCRA has a storage limitation before you have to treat waste, and it's doesn't last for years. It's what, 6 months or 1 year? It's 6 months.
I think it's a year.
1 year before, and if treatment's available, you have to be moving it out. So at 280 cubic meters a year, how many containers or drum equivalents is that? And when will the central waste complex stored wastes backlog be treated at 280 cubic meters a year?
Well, I think there's two pieces to that. One, we're sending the mixed waste to Permafix for repackaging, whether transuranic or mixed level for packaging. Any treatment that needs to be done, typically that's removing prohibited items kind of stuff. And the other point is waste that's destined to go to WIP. And John, correct me if I mess this up here. So waste that's going to go to WIP WIP is exempt from the land disposal restriction requirements.
Right.
And so we will not treat waste necessarily to go to WIP unless we have to do something to get it compliant for WIP to accept it. So we're not going to be handling or repackaging every container of waste that's in the central waste complex, if that's what you were referring to.
Well, let me rephrase this. How much of the waste and central waste complex, and maybe you could just share this out as information to people, but how much, and it's like, I can't tell from looking at the milestone change. So how much is waste that is already identified that it is WIP suitable for WIP, that it's assayed, etc., yet to be determined and not going to WIP? And how long will it take? Is the 280 cubic meters only for working off of, is it all mixed waste or is it just WIP mixed waste?
It's all, M91 is all mixed waste.
Right. So at 280 cubic meters a year, and we've got 10,000 or 11,000 containers, how long is it going to take at that pace?
So I don't have a specific answer because we didn't get to have a lot of time to get all the details for the questions that you guys were asking. But we have about, if I remember correctly, and Kelly, correct me if I got this wrong, we have on the order of 3,000 containers that are what we call WIP certified or WIP certifiable. So we have quite a bit that's ready to go to WIP once we get up and operating and certification going again and start shipping. So there's a pretty good volume there. There's probably a lot of other containers that just need to go through the certification process. So waste that's already WIP compliant, we believe it just has to, meet those requirements, such as getting the NDA done and things like that, and getting all the paperwork in place because there's quite a bit associated with that.
Okay. In 2025, will all the backlog of mixed waste be either repackaged for WIP or treated and disposed? I'm trying to get at 280 cubic meters a year. Are we talking 30 years to get rid of the backlog of waste to have it treated and why, if we were to compare that to the treatment capacity that is available, why aren't we fully using the treatment capacity and for stuff that needs to be RCRA treated, LDR treated, and why aren't we getting the WIP disposable waste road ready for WIP? But at what point in time will the backlog of illegally stored waste be cleared from this facility?
Well, I'm going to apologize for a second. I got to go on mute because the lawn guy just showed up, and so it's going to get very noisy here in a second. So hold on real quick. Sorry, Jerry.
Hey, Jerry, I'll just jump in here for a minute while Mark is muted. And so, you know, the 280 cubic meters per year, what that does is it gets some of the waste repackaged. That's not any waste that's going to WIP. So the milestones we're going to propose have DOE start shipping in 2028. So they've committed to a shipping date, and 99% of that waste will be offsite by 2040. So you can do the math. It's really just a math problem. If you have, 10,000 plus containers and you have 12 years to do it, they're going to have to ship 800 to 1,000 containers each and every year to get all that waste down to WIP. And so 2028 is the date that Hanford can first start shipping to WIP. And I hope that addresses your question.
It does for the WIP portion, and but a large quantity of this waste isn't WIP. It's mixed waste. It's not true waste. It's mixed waste, right? So I'm trying to figure out how much is the mixed waste portion, and when. This is the easy part to get done. And, you know, I've been on this for over a decade, saying, when the hell are we going to get rid of an illegally stored backlog of treatable mixed waste from this site, which poses real hazards? Because all of it hasn't been characterized. A lot of it was labeled as debris and dry, including the drum of plutonium-bearing liquid that leaked in 2011. And the waste is a hazard. So how much is non-WIP, non-TRU, and when will it be treated and disposed properly under this milestone if it's not going to WIP?
Yeah, I think Jared wants to say something. Let me jump in here, Mark. So there's more waste than is just in CWC, and Jared happens to be Ecology's project manager for what's called the M26 Land Disposal Restriction Report. So we require DOE annually to report on all the mixed waste stored across the site, whether it's in CWC or not. And so you refer to the storage prohibition. You're right. You know, there's a 1-year prohibition, or there's a 1-year limit on storing mixed waste unless the permittee is in compliance with a consent order. And that's what the milestones do for DOE, is they put them in compliance with the consent order. And so I'll look over to Jared and see if he has anything to say about the schedules for treating, you know, all of the waste, because you might know that, Jared.
Yeah, so I don't want to step on any toes here. But, you know, from what I understand, that the bulk majority of the waste at CWC and RAP is going to WIP. The bulk majority of it. There is a handful of containers that do have, do need to have a treatment schedule, and they need to be. There's capacity available to treat that waste and get it treated and disposed, but it is not very much. I think it's about less than 100 containers that we need schedules for, under the LDR report.
And are you going to have when will that be scheduled, Jared?
And so that's what I'm working with, and working through the LDR report, is getting schedules for that waste. So we're working through that right now. I don't have an answer to that yet.
Thank you. And so you really think that out of the 13,000, even though many of them haven't yet been characterized, that almost all of them are TRU, will be determined to be TRU and shipped to WIP?
That is what I've seen from when I worked that major risk thing that we were just talking about. We got into some of the numbers back that several years ago, and it did, from doing that, the bulk majority was true waste. So folks should please correct me if I'm wrong.
Yeah, and Mark or Kelly, jump in here if you have a different opinion.
No, I agree. So, I mean, you know, like Jerry pointed out, I mean, we do have restrictions or requirements for how quickly you have to treat waste after it's generated. So we follow that, except for the transuranic waste, and we're doing the best we can with the transuranic waste, you know, based on capacity at Perma-Fix Northwest for repackaging waste. And so we continue to work that off, and we've been making very good progress on that.
Thanks. I guess if you can share what the capacity to work off waste at Permafix is compared to the schedule, that would be helpful. Yeah.
Yeah, so they've done as much as 500 cubic meters in a year for us, so that's a pretty good capacity. But they also have the RAD limits in their license also, so that limits what they can send or how much we can send at a time.
Thanks. And essentially, we could go faster than 280 for that.
We have.
You have passed. Thank you. Okay. Thanks for allowing me to ask these questions. I really appreciate it.
Yep. Thanks, Jerry. Sorry to hear about your friend.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Have to go. I'll be checking in on class and then coming back in to listen. Thanks.
Thanks, Jerry.
Shelley, I have you in queue.
Thanks so much. What I'm wondering about is we've got the schedule now for what's in the CWC. What about what hasn't been determined to be true and that's still in the burial grounds, the unlined burial grounds? And are we held hostage to the fact that we haven't dealt with this before we start tackling? And I'm going to use John Price's term, Pac-Man style, getting very specific other wastes out of those burial grounds. I'm very concerned that we're going to come to this point where WIP won't, we won't have a license for WIP. We still won't have anything out of the burial grounds, and we're still doing dribs and drabs from the CWC down to New Mexico. Who's looking at this as a comprehensive picture for the true and also for mixed true program? Where is that outlined, and where is that in our 5-year plan, in our 10-year programmatic plan, so that we don't hit a wall, literally, with the inability to deal with what we've got.
So Shelley, I'll jump in here, and John can jump in too. So the M91 milestones, the proposed package we put together is designed to deal with that exactly as you're saying. Like John said, by the time we're done with the milestones in 2050, we'll have, or by 2048, I think it was, 99% of the waste will be shipped. So we're looking at the holistic volume, including the waste to be retrieved from the burial grounds. And so part of the milestones coming up, we're going to be restarting the certification activities by 2026. We're going to be developing the capacity to handle some of these drums and repackage those by doing some modifications in the RAP facility out there next to Central Waste Complex. I think 2032 is when we start retrieval again. So we will have a significant amount of activities going forward to address your very question. And in 2028, the big change on the M91 milestones is we have committed to restarting shipments. And as far as WIP goes, they're going to be open until 2050, as it is right now, and probably later, I would imagine. And so we have waste, as I mentioned, we have several thousand drums that are ready to go. So we will be able to get, stuff road ready pretty early. Now, remember, sure folks know, that, WIP supports the complex, obviously. And so we have to get in the queue, and, shipping from Hanford is more difficult because we're the furthest site away from WIP in the complex. So it takes I think, I remember right, about 5 days to get to WIP. Or 5 days round trip, but it's a pretty good haul. So we'll start out shipping as they have a capacity to accept waste shipments. I think we're planning initially 15 to 20 a year, and that will pick up because some sites like Idaho are finishing up. I'm not sure about Savannah River. Los Alamos was smaller, but Idaho was taking a lot of the resources in the past. So by the time we get in the 2030s, we'll be shipping quite a bit more from here. So again, we are looking at this holistically as far as treating the waste that we have in storage now, and the waste to be generated through TRU retrieval.
So can we expect to start seeing characterization efforts?
Well, the characterization, I mean, to be honest, has been ongoing. So that's part of what we're doing with sending waste to WIP. Excuse me, sending waste to Permafix. Sorry, all went off there. Sending waste to Permafix. Get my thoughts back together here. So we've been, and we're also looking. We also have done the non-destructive assay of the waste to determine is it TRU or not. We were looking at a bigger campaign to do that here in the next couple of years, because as everyone knows, sending waste to WIP is an expensive proposition. So the more we can screen out as low-level waste, the better off we'll be. So there's a population we'll be looking at that we think will screen out as low-level.
Hey, Mark, let me jump in here. I think Shelley was referring to soil characterization, not characterizing the waste. So let me jump in here. So Shelley, I think your question is a good one. So I can think of, just off the top of my head, probably 5 sources of plutonium-bearing waste from the circular remedial actions. And that would be the plutonium finishing plant demolition. That waste is already in storage. Jared referred to that. The
Right.
61811 burial ground. The canyon buildings have plutonium-bearing materials in them. You referred to the so-called 200-SW2 burial grounds, and then the plutonium finishing plant waste sites, and those actually have a schedule already. So one thing EPA and Ecology have been talking to DOE probably the last year about is the need to coordinate the schedule for getting rid of the CERCLA-generated transuranic waste with the schedule for the M91 waste. And I think Mark's heard that, and we haven't really nailed down the M91 schedule. We're doing that with the public comment period right now. And I think DOE has asked their contractor to develop that coordinated schedule. But I think your question is right on point, and that's something we have to get done.
Okay, it's just so hard to know what to watch for, and of course, what you're negotiating now. And I am very much missing a much more open arena for conversations with all of you, looking at this as a holistic picture, and then also looking at what's going on programmatically. One of the things that Mark Gilbertson said to us at the SSAB chairs meeting a few weeks ago, was that we have these streams of orphan waste, and we have yet to be identified orphan waste that will come from the processing of other materials. And we have very limited capacity around our country for permanent storage. And so WIP starts to look like a potential site for other waste streams. I don't want to see us get bumped. And I want us to have a really good vision of our future and what could derail the potential for getting waste off-site at our site, and to understand that collectively, so that we can march forward with a 5-year plan and a 10-year plan and a 20-year plan that is sustainable and does not get changed by other interests who are closer to DC than we are. We're about as far as we can be and still be on this continent. And I think it's a difficult relationship at times. So.
And I think, Shelley, though, we will be probably the main player once we get into the 2030s. So I know what you mean by getting bumped. I mean, that's happened before, obviously, because other sites had higher priority, but we will be the main shipper to WIP, I think, once we get into that time frame.
I hope so. I hope that there's a large enough collective voice for us to be able to get our shipments down there and get waste off site. That is my concern, is as we start to lose the collective voice across the country as sites close, it makes it more difficult for us to get money. So
Yeah,
we'll
well,
see.
I think actually, sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you, but I think the opposite actually is going to be true. I think they're going to be begging for our waste, because if WIP is open, they want to have waste coming in. They don't want to just be sitting there and waiting. So they're going to want to be receiving our waste.
I hope you're right, and I hope that we are, shovel ready. I guess that's the term.
Yeah, we will.
Thank you.
We will be.
I've got a couple more people with questions. Pam and then Tom Cecilia. Pam?
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. It was very encouraging to me to hear the progress that you've made. As I've expressed previously, I disagree with Shelley in terms of the situation with WIP. I know the elected officials and the people in the Carlsbad area, and I know their vision for their site, and I know that we're part of their vision. They have processes that they have to go through to get everything queued up, and unfortunately they hired a bad contractor who is dealing with their ventilation system, but that's on the mend. And so this presentation is very encouraging to me, and I'm confident that when our time comes that we'll have the opportunity to ship this material and maybe other materials to WIP. Thank you.
All right. Tom Cecilia.
Hi.
There you are.
I appreciate the last minute nature of the presentation and appreciate everybody's flexibility with the schedule changes. I'm encouraged to hear the collaboration that sounds like it's happening between the agencies. I'm wondering if this is something that RAP could support the effort, and without stepping on WIP's toes or breaking protocols, but maybe RAP could write some advice to headquarters and support keeping WIP available for Hanford wastes, supporting panel 11 or panel 12 even, if it's needed. Is that something that would be helpful, or is that too much of a breach of protocol since it's not technically our site?
You're asking me, DOE?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, I guess it'd be different to have that happen. I think, the public comment period is open right now. Certainly you can make comments through that venue, and you can, frankly, you guys can do what you want, right? So the support is appreciated, but I really think, WIP is going to remain open. I mean, I know that, unless it shuts down completely, and that's not something anybody control, right? If something happens, but, they will be open to accept our waste. They will be open as long as there is waste to accept.
Thank you.
All right. Let's see, hands up. I don't see hands, and I don't see folks in the chat. Are there other questions out there? Folks have questions still? I'm not seeing any.
Well, I would say the one thing is that WIP has already had problems with a fire that shut them down for a period of time. So 100% reliance on WIP is, I don't know, sketchy. That's all.
So Rob, as a result of the incidents they had down at WIP, a lot of corrective actions were taken on that as far as the waste characterization and looking at incompatible materials, potential incompatible materials. There was another incident that happened in Idaho with a very unique waste form, and every time we have one of those happen, we look across the complex at whether or not other sites have those kind of issues. So there's a lot of paperwork that goes along with the WIP shipments back when we started shipments in 2000, and there's a lot more that gets generated now as a result of some of the incidents that have happened. So you know, there's always something new that can come up. I think we've got pretty stable, I'll say stable waste forms. You know, a lot of it just coming out of PFP. So we don't have a lot of those kind of problems here, like some of the R&D sites have.
I understand.
Tom, do you want to open it up for, oh, Shelley in queue. Shelley.
I want to say thank you. I don't want to be a naysayer, but I've been around a long time. So, and I'm also anxious. I'm looking at the soils and the burial grounds, and I'm anxious to see some action. And you know, the shiny object at our site is direct feed law, and it's, you know, probably should be, but I don't want to lose sight of the rest of the work that needs to continue and is very important. So having said that, I do have one question, and that's about, it's pretty specific, but what's under PFP and the characterization that's going on under the slab on grade area? Can you talk about that, Mark? Because there's,
I can in general. I don't know the details. I know, I mean, there's, I can't remember if there's a basement section or whatever, but I know there is piping underneath the slab. They expect to find, you know, plutonium contaminated soils underneath there, but so I have not delved into the details of that. Although I think once they're done at PFP, will be my project or my team will be inheriting that scope.
Thank you.
So Tom, do we want to open it up to folks who are visiting with us, who are not HAB members, if they want to add their thoughts to the conversation?
Yeah, let's, you know, I appreciate everybody's presentations and time, and we'll call it open table, since it's not quite a public comment period, but it's opening the table to everybody. I see Dan Solitz has his hand up.
Dan.
Yes, thank you. See if I can get my picture on here. The Land Withdrawal Act for WIP, how does that stand? Are we gonna? Is Congress going to have to expand that in order to accommodate our waste in the time period we're looking at ahead? Because if they go ahead with the surplus weapons disposal and refurbishing weapons, there's going to be a bigger demand on WIP capacity.
Yeah, you know, I haven't looked at the Land Withdrawal Act in a while, but I don't remember any limitations on time that WIP is open or the expansion. I think that's the department's call.
Well, there's a capacity factor there, but just cubic meters. And if it exceeds that, then they got to.
I'd have to go back and look at the Land Withdrawal Act to.
Well, it bears watching. I'm seeing other things in other media about with pushing that capacity, particularly with surplus weapons, plutonium disposal, and all the ancillary equipment that goes along with processing that, and then also refurbishing all those weapons and the equipment that goes into processing that will all have to be disposed. And I understand that all that stands in line ahead of us.
Right, understand. And I know, I mean, WIP is planning to stay open for as long as they need to support the complex. So,
well, it's up to Congress. It's not up to WIP once they reach their capacity.
Yep, and we're not obviously directly involved in any of those discussions, but we do meet with WIP, and if as things come up, they let us know. But there are no issues that I know of right now that prevent us from shipping.
Well, we're not talking about right now. We're talking about 2050.
Yeah, and I mean, I can't talk to exactly what the requirements are for WIP, exactly who has to approve what.
Okay, well, thank you.
Right. Shelley. Oh, Pam, you've got something to add.
Yes, there are several WIP permit changes that are in play that are the prerogative of the state of New Mexico. And then there are others that would be the prerogative of Congress. So I am most aware of the ones that are going forward with the state of New Mexico, including calculating the volume of material that's already stored, because they calculated it based on size of the containers versus the volume of what's in them. So that increases volume capacity. So anyway, there are several issues going on, and I will research that and have that in my national liaison report at the next HAB meeting. Thanks.
Other comments? Open table means if you're on the call, you can share a thought or an opinion.
Going once, going twice.
Going twice, that's right. So, Mr. Chair.
All right, do we want to maybe take a break early?
We could take a break early and then come back for open forum.
Yeah, we could do open forum and committee business and wrap up.
And wrap up. No pun intended. Okay. How long do you want to
go? Well, I think there might be an update on the PIC advice. Or if we wanted to throw that in real quick.
Yeah, I could wait too if you want to break.
Could you be 3 minutes or less, Liz?
Oh yeah, that's super fast.
All right, let's do that.
So the issue manager team met on the advice that has to do with the Central Plateau parameters and goals document, and we're going to be talking about it at the PIC meeting that is on Thursday, which is a little unusual. So everyone welcome to come to that meeting. But since it has some overlap, it's really pretty much 100% focused on public involvement process. But we did get that advice down to a shorter background and then included the detail. And we're going to be talking through how to structure it. Included the detail as kind of like a, we haven't decided what it's going to be called, but it's after the advice bullets. So just wanted to share that is in process to try to make it a little bit more concise, but also not lose the context. So we'll be talking about that on Thursday. Thanks.
Let me
request
check.
from John.
Yeah, John, know what time.
Hang on a sec. Um, 11:15, right before lunch.
Thank you.
Okay, so let's take a 15-minute break and come back at 1:40. If that works for everybody. Any objections?
All right.
Okay, we're ready to start the home stretch.
Yeah.
So what's next on the agenda? Open forum?
Open forum.
Okay. I know Vince couldn't be with us today, but he sent me a request to bring up a continued desire to see more about the composite analysis, and in particular, let's see, a total risk budget, and a request to produce a list of all the composite analysis supporting documents, which I don't know if they're on the administrative record or not. Also adding plutonium to the composite analysis. So just wanted to make sure those get spoken because that was Vince's request.
As a matter of just logistics, how hard is it to search the administrative record for records like that?
It depends on the record. I've had mixed luck, and sometimes you could have a document it has a dash instead of a space or a O instead of a 0 when it gets text PDF recognized. So it can take some doing sometimes.
Okay.
But if there was a list of the document numbers, we could look it up, I suppose. Chris.
Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, this is Chris. I'd like to lump the cumulative impact evaluation along with the composite analysis too. It's a little different, but they're pretty similar in that they deal with risk. They use the same kinds of software. It's modeling based, so I think that would be a good combination for discussion.
I definitely agree with you there, and the fact that everything in the composite analysis is included in the cumulative impact evaluation. It's a extremely logical way to present it, I think, and streamlines the presentations that DOE has to give.
It's just that the composite analysis is sort of ordained by a DOE order. The cumulative impact evaluation isn't necessarily.
Liz.
Yay.
I'm just curious, and I don't know if you have an answer, Gary. We've been asking about that for the cumulative impact. Both those documents have been on the work plan for a while. And knowing that our next committee week is probably August at this point, at least for the calendar, when do you think we could get that actually on the calendar? I know you need a lot of advance notice to get presentations and things like that prepared. And then the other piece of that, and I don't know if this could happen sooner, is just and I think it fits into this, but just like, because it seems like ERDF has a budget, like this is how much of each, and maybe it's not for every radionuclide, maybe that could be a presentation that can come sooner about, how is the risk budget managed for ERDF? And I don't recall having that specific presentation in RAP. Maybe we have, and I just don't remember, but kind of in general, like, is there a timeline we could have that presentation, or if that's unclear, maybe a sooner presentation that just uses an example of how like a risk budget's managed on site?
Let me see what I can do. I don't have a timeline on that, so I'll just have to ask some questions and see what we can work up.
Thanks, Gary.
Chris, you have something else on your mind?
Yeah, I wonder if it'd be worthwhile having a briefing or discussion on the tier 2, all the tier 2 buildings that are scheduled to undergo D4 in the not too distant future. I know CPCCO is gearing up for that, and there was an ECA out for public review and public comment here recently, but we've really not had much mention of that, at least in the 9 months that I've been on the HAB here. So maybe that would be a good topic to have. That's it.
Tom, do you want me to pull up the chart?
Well, let's save that for committee business, but
Okay.
speaking to, I can speak to both of those ideas. So the CIE, we got a brief from it like a meeting before maybe last summer of 2019, fall of 2019, I think. And I think the idea was to get another briefing on it when it's ripe. So maybe we could just check with Doug Hildebrand and see if it's actually, if there's anything new to report on it or whether it's still sort of in its foundational phases. I think it does make sense to incorporate that into sort of the groundwater discussion, which I think makes sense to have in the fall or winter. The annual site-wide groundwater monitoring report usually comes out in September, October. So if we had, you know, an update on that at the first committee meeting after that gets published, it would make sense. Something that came out of the public meeting for the Tier 2 ECA was an idea of a briefing to the RAP on an update of the remedial actions and removal actions. So documents that don't necessarily have public comment periods, like removal action work plans or action memos, just come and present what those topics or what those documents are saying and what the plan is. So I'm assuming that the action memo for the Tier 2 is, you know, 4 or 5 months off. I could be wrong, but that could be something to watch as well. And then ERDF, you know, that's near and dear to my heart trying to get that briefing. So maybe we can talk about that when we come to committee business and try to come up with agendas for the next meeting.
So we're in open forum, Jerry, just so you know kind of where we are on the dance card.
Anything else for open forum? Yeah, Jerry and Liz.
Yeah.
Well, I'm sorry I had to go back and forth, but so just pulled my earpiece out. And I emailed Tom about this just moments ago, but I think there are many questions about the M91 that really bear looking at and major advice. I also think that, you know, some of the issues cross over into public involvement committees, such as accurately representing what conditions are like inside a facility. The photographs of that facility, you know, that could just as easily have been corrosive barrels stacked high, literally corrosive on top of each other.
Jerry, do you have gremlins or is it somewhere else?
I think it's my computer.
Potential for exposure. Human health effects.
Okay. I think we should be looking at, you know, advice, I would say, saying the significant quantities of mixed waste need to be removed on a very aggressive schedule, and the WIP, all the material that is unassayed yet needs to be assayed for whether it's true or not and made road ready for WIP on a much more aggressive schedule. And the third thing is the outdoor stored wastes, which don't get moved until after 2040, pose a special set of risks. They should never have been brought to Hanford. And waiting to 2040 between 2040 and 2050, no one's done any risk assessment. No one knows what those risks might be. And they scare me, quite honestly.
Okay, so that sounds like a potential issue manager team then?
I'll volunteer.
Okay.
I'll volunteer too. This is Chris.
Thank you for adding your name. Josh is learning people's names, but it's there are a lot of names to learn.
Well, I'll join as well. I have a meeting platform, so I can help with the facilitation part.
All right. So Chris Sutton, Jerry Paulette, and Tom Cecilia, and Pam Larson.
Excellent. And maybe Jerry, you could sort of send out a mission statement, isn't the right word, but a sort of a synopsis of what you think we're looking at, and we can see if we can expand it or streamline it and see what comes out of it.
I mean, I'd be glad to do that. I think if I was thoughtful about it and put together questions and thoughts and some documents to share, it might take it till early next week, but I think that would be very helpful, and then get your feedback on framing it and share it out broader than just the three of us to have feedback on it.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So I don't know if everybody, I think this was announced on the EIC call. I don't know if it got broader. Issue manager teams can now meet on their own of your, you can set your conversations and host on your own Teams or Zoom or whatever your favorite platform is. You do not have to engage Gary and myself to have those conversations, as long as you're hosting them yourselves. So,
but if we do have questions for SMEs, we might be able to schedule some time with them to ask those questions on the phone. Is that accurate, Gary?
That is correct.
Excellent.
Even though we're not going to be facilitating, we recognize that there are questions that bringing a SME in will help.
every time you say SME, I think of Peter Pan and the Pirates.
Robin Williams.
Oh dear. Quick, back to M91.
Well, okay, so there's an issue manager team. That's good. Should we move on to the queue?
Right, I have Liz and Chris.
Well, first I want to ask Tom, did Jeff talk to you at all about the exposure scenarios, or the, what is it called? I just pulled it up.
Yes.
Scenarios Task Force?
Yeah, thank you.
Jeff sent me the document, but I was testifying for the legislature yesterday, so I haven't had a chance to read it yet.
Yeah, I know. I mean, it's more just the figuring out which committee makes sense to host. Probably Rob.
I think it might be the committee of the whole, because it's
Just
related to
having a
end
creative
states and CLUP and all that. So
to keep working on it. Yeah.
I'm
I'm
gonna
going to have a huge issue manager team.
I'm going to kick it back to that IM team.
Yeah.
At the risk of having a memory of that group, part of the reason it became its own task force was it didn't fit in one committee.
Yeah.
There was arm wrestling about it at that time.
It seems like I know it's been hard to get that committee of the whole on a calendar, and I'm just wondering if having a bite-sized piece in an agenda might be helpful. In an agenda for a committee might be a way to start moving that ball forward, instead of indefinitely kind of kicking the committee of the whole down the road. Not that the issue manager team couldn't meet on its own now. I'm just curious if there's a bite-sized piece that we might want to.
What about making a bite-sized piece a discussion topic in the June board meeting?
Yeah, it's an interesting idea.
Maybe for the EIC, but yeah.
Yeah.
Since it doesn't really fit in a committee and we happen to have a board meeting coming up.
And see, and maybe, I don't know. Are you still on, Gary?
I am here.
Do you have any updates about the committee of the whole topic, or DOE's ability to like schedule time for that?
Well, with the proposed calendar that we actually have a committee of the whole slotted in, so it is scheduled. So it's there. DOE recognizes it. We've got it on there, and let's make it happen.
Okay. I don't know how I missed that in the leadership workshop. What day is it?
It's right after the leadership workshop in April.
In April. Okay. I thought there was some discussion about moving.
Or it was either April or May, but yeah, I think it was April.
It was spring.
Yeah. Do you know, Gary? Is it May? I remember we were going back and forth, and I just couldn't.
Yeah, it's flexible, but we've got the committee of the whole combined with the leadership workshop. So we can either have committee of the whole on Tuesday, leadership workshop on Wednesday, Thursday, or we can do it the other way around. Doesn't make any difference. Okay. We'll figure it out.
So those 3 days at the moment are the 17th, 18th, and 19th of May. That's a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Okay. Great, thanks. So, and we had talked so generally about it. It's helpful to know that the DOE is thinking of it as the end states committee of the whole. So we have a year to work on that.
Excellent.
So I've also asked, we moved was it 65 or 70 boxes? I wasn't there. I just know that's what they told me. The HAB library boxes, there's between 65 and 70 of them from the old office to the new office. And the first thing I did was I asked the admin staff, would you go find the 2002 box that has the exposure scenario task force file? So they're doing a little bit of an archaeological dig, because 70 boxes is a lot to figure out. But hopefully they will find the hard copy files, because we didn't do a lot. We did lots of hard copy and not so much electronic in those years.
Well, the intent is to at some point turn all that paper into electrons.
Yeah. Well, I know the files are in there, because I actually, before COVID lockdown, I could have told you what drawer they were in, but now that they're boxed, I'm not sure. But the library has moved.
Okay, Chris, did you have another topic?
Yeah, this was just a comment. I thought it was pretty interesting this morning that the shortage of rad techs contributed to the sliding and push out of the building 324 schedule. And I wonder how much this is impacting just about everything else on site, because you can't do much on site without health physicists or rad techs being involved. And if building 324 has been having some problems, I wonder if that's not impacting the central waste facility, soil and groundwater, PFP, the D4, and DF law, whether they're all not having problems too. Just a comment, but that comment that what they said made me wonder about the rest of the site.
Gary, is that something we could request be included in the briefing we get in June? Even if there isn't a slide, just have DOE touch on the issue of stuff like workforce retention and because I've heard it's not just 324 building that's having trouble keeping stuff.
I will go on and forward that up. I'll take that question. It is a good question, and it is something that we wrestle with on a daily basis.
Any other open forum, folks?
There's a thought that kind of came across after the last couple speakers is that we're not really talking about risk in this meeting here. We're not recognizing whether these actions are taking care of high risk, low risk, medium risk, or no risk at all. Whether they're at what point we should be talking about the benefit that we're getting from these with respect to the risk reduction. Just a thought, I don't know. Somebody else want to talk about that one?
Yeah, and there's a balance between risk reduction and incremental progress, right? Ideally, you'll be reducing risk while you make progress on cleanup. But
well, it would help direct us from recognizing what the low hanging fruit is versus the real measures that lower the risk for the worker, the environment, the people around, and see that risk calibrated with respect to other things, high level waste, whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway, I just didn't hear any of them talk about what risk that we're getting benefit. What risk are we reducing from the chromium reduction? What risk are we reducing from shipping stuff off to WIP? What risk are we reducing when we send stuff to Permatex? Just a thought. We need a common denominator, and I think risk to me is a pretty important common denominator for things.
Yeah. I also found it interesting that the new budget that Elwood presented looked at sort of the life cycle of the treatment facility, the pump and treat mission at K, which previous budgets had not. They had looked at small windows. The first one was just a 5-year window. The second one was through 2012. And so I think the more the site can look at, anticipated life cycle costs, the less surprises there will be, and the better communication we can say, look, by doing this, we can, take this chunk of the pie away, and how much of that cost is just maintenance of buildings that could be taken down and that type of thing. Anybody else got anything on their mind?
I think we all look tired. Everybody looks tired.
It's been a long week.
And it's Tuesday.
Yeah, don't remind me.
Oh, don't say that. Don't say that.
We have a saying in our family is basically don't let your Monday ruin your Sunday. So try not to let tomorrow worry yourself today, I guess.
Nice. Words to live by.
Yeah.
So speaking of tomorrow, should we move on to committee business and plan the road ahead?
All right.
So I wanted to start off with what RAP is bringing, or what RAP continues to bring to the leadership workshop, which, as I said, we're having a last call at the end of the month, and I want to just make sure that it meshes with everybody's thoughts of what we think we're going to be doing next year. So what I did was I took our work plan and started off by listing everything individually and gave Gary a heart attack, but then sort of consolidated it and grouped it into different categories, and I think it makes sense. But Ruth, if you could throw that on the screen.
The oh, that work plan. Okay, hang on.
Yeah.
Sorry, I have the wrong one up.
So I figured we could talk a little bit about that and then move on to August's committee meeting and see what that looks like.
Okay, sorry. Got here. I think I got the right document now. Screen. Are we good? Okay. Does this look more like what you're looking for?
Yes.
Okay. Good.
Okay. So if we can scroll down a little bit, and so if you remember, I said in the public meeting for the ECA, we had discussed maybe doing status of remedial removal actions. Well, it looks like a lot of our topics that we had in our committee work plan would fit under that category. So obviously we wouldn't be getting briefs on all of these in the year, but it's just sort of the list of things we can think about. The sort of disposal facilities on site made sense to lump together. Just a general topic on infrastructure upgrades. You know, as we're moving towards DF law, a lot of the RL mission is going to be, well, some of the RL mission is going to be for supporting infrastructure upgrades. I can't say that word today, for DF law. So, and then WESIF is a big topic that everybody's interested in. So we definitely want to keep that on the radar. Then there's the groundwater cluster, which includes the groundwater modeling, which would be the CA and the CIE. And then central plateau characterization, which would include SW2 burial ground and the plutonium talk, the new inner area principles attachment to the TPA, and whether there's, you know, we need to have a sit down with tanks and figure out whether the soil impacts at tank farms really belongs with tanks or with RAP, or if there's crossover and we need to have joint meetings on that. And then, like I said, Brian was interested in hearing our advice for topics that are 2 or 3 years out. So when we get the 5-year plan update, it'd be good to get sort of the next level down topics. So not the big headlines on the 5-year plan that fit into one page, but maybe a little more detail about what projects are scheduled so we can provide timely advice. So I guess the question is, did I miss anything? Is there too much? Is there any of these topics that you want to bold and say, I really, really want to hear that one next year? Obviously, we don't know what the agencies have on their dockets, so that might change what's bolded.
This is Chris. In the central plateau characterization, maybe you could put in parentheses M15 results of M15 milestone negotiations or something like that, because those are dealing directly with the with SW2, WA1, and similar operable units.
Mhm.
Is the risk budget in here somewhere?
I guess that would be sort of an overarching topic, wouldn't it?
What was down? So tank waste committee. So these are by committee. So I'm going down to, is there a, I don't think there's a cross cutter. I don't see the cross. I was thinking of the cleanup priorities advice that had a cross cutter category.
Right.
I don't
Yeah.
think the work plan does.
It sounds like we'll probably be talking about that next year. So that's why it seems like it. Make sure it's in there somewhere. Or we could just pick a committee. I mean, in the past, one thing we've done is instead of have it be by committee, have it be by topic and then list the committees. And then if you have something that's cross-cutting, you could make sure it's tagged by the committees that are, I mean, it's just different ways to do things. But I think that's why in the past we haven't had that issue, because you could tag when it was more than one committee or a committee of the whole.
Yeah.
Is that a disposal facility link?
It could be. It also could be a remedial removal action link. It also could be a groundwater contamination remediation link.
Oh, okay.
Does it make sense to just put it as a topic in RAP for now, and then?
I think if let's keep it outside the table and we can discuss it in May.
Okay, and you won't forget, so now it's on there.
It's in writing, so I won't forget. You're right. No promises otherwise. Okay. So this is where, I've been, I think we're going to end up for next year. And if you have any of these that you think are higher or lower priority to you, feel free to send me an email or give me a call and we can chat about it. But I just want to make sure that you guys and folks have been at least exposed to the table that we're presenting on our behalf. Permit question.
Yeah, and if this has come up before and I just can't remember, I don't know if John's still on or any ecology folks that might know when the next, I know the projection for when Rev 9 of the site-wide permit comes out has been kind of perpetually pushed out. But I just wanted to see if there's any anticipation that it might come out in 22, because I don't think we flagged it as a topic, and it definitely would be of interest to the board when it does come out.
Liz, are you asking about System Rev 9? Because if that's what you're asking about, that's out, and there was a presentation to Tank Waste Committee back several months ago.
No, I was talking about the RCRA site-wide permit Rev. I think it's Rev 9. So it's been a while, but the last time the entire permit came out, I think it's like, I don't know, tens of thousands of pages long. It's kind of like that, stamping it at a moment in time where everything's updated. Here we go. Here's the new revision. But it's kind of been pushed out will be ready in 2 years. It actually came out and then was pulled back because of all the comments that were given. But I don't know, is anyone from ecology on that can answer when that is projected to come out?
Ryan, are you still with us?
Yeah, I'm still on. Off the top of my head, I don't think I could give a accurate answer there, but I can check with our permitting folks and I can probably get back to you. I think my answer is I don't know at this point.
And that would be a cross-cutting one too. So if you wanted to just have it at the top with the potential, just to follow up with it at some point. And we might, I'll remember to ask on Friday at the PIC meeting when we go over the TP calendar. I just don't remember what the dates were.
Thursday.
On Thursday, sorry.
Yeah, feel free to ask me again on Thursday. I should have an answer by then.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so yeah. Pam, you've got a question.
I just think that, I mean, this is like every issue on site, and you're asking to be briefed on all of these issues this year. Is that correct?
No. I'm listing the list of sites that the members of the committee have interest in. And if any of those topics are ripe for discussion during the year, we would be able to have a briefing on them.
It's pretty overwhelming. That's all.
Well, you know, we could take 324 building remediation removal off since we had that briefing today.
Yeah.
So,
and then if there's any update, we could bring it back as a additional item or just a briefing in passing type thing. Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay, because Ben actually offered to come back in 2 months.
We've got other things between now and then, so I think the soonest we'd probably be able to get them back in is maybe in the springtime. And maybe we can come up with a package of things that we just get, maybe even just a paper update. And try to find a smarter way to do this.
Yeah, and it would still be listed under status removal remedial action. So my vision of this would be more a high level. Someone comes in with a slide with a couple pictures on it and just talks through, here's how things are progressing on the Central Plateau. Here's how things are progressing on the river corridor. And just answer general questions, not getting into the weeds, not, digging into lab results or anything like that. Just here's what's happening, because it's hard to find out what waste sites are being remediated or completed on any given day. So that's my sort of, this topic is more of a high level topic as opposed to getting in the weeds. So yeah, taking off 324 with the understanding that if there is significant change, DOE would bring us a slide anyway.
Can I just offer something before we take it off? That since it is a priority of the HAB, I think this list isn't just requested presentations, but also is kind of a snapshot of what the HAB is interested in tracking, not just getting presentations on. Like, it just seems like it would be odd to not have it on our list if it is a high priority for the board that this work is done. Even if we are internally, because this list goes to headquarters, right, Carrie?
Yes, this is coordinated with headquarters.
Yeah, I just feel like it doesn't, I mean, maybe you want it off, Pam, but it seems like it would be an odd thing for headquarters to not see that it's something we're interested in tracking. But that's just my take on it.
I would not want this issue taken off. It's one of my priorities.
Well, and one of the things, we're going to have an EIC meeting May 26th. So Tom will take, any comments to that meeting. so we can kind of rack and stack with what makes sense. Plus, we're also looking to redesign some of the ways that we do some of these presentations. Like, for instance, today, the discussion on Central Waste Committee, Central Waste Storage, rather. We're going to put in some spaces that allow chairs to come up with topics that don't necessarily require a whole lot of preparation as far as briefing packages or whatever that we can sit around and discuss to give some more flexibility to committees. So we're working on it. Everything is firmly in jello right now, and we're trying to. We're hearing a lot of the discussion, and we're trying to figure out a way to make it better, while at the same point also recognizing that I've got a dwindling staff, and so the ability to respond to a lot of briefings is significantly limited. Plus, the time to get those briefings through is significantly elongated. So the next year is going to be quite interesting, but in the meantime, we're doing what we can to continue getting information out.
So one ability to truncate the list, so to speak, would be if we can knock out the ERDF and IDF discussion in August of this fiscal year. You know, that would check 2 boxes, right? So
well,
I don't know if that's supportable, or if EPA could do a talk on ERDF and you guys could do a talk on IDF, or
one of the things that I'm working on is I'm trying to take what we have for the draft work plan, and I'm trying to come up with a kind of a notional agenda for throughout the year. And for August, I do have IDF ERDF on there for on-site disposal updates. So assuming that I can push that through and get approval on that, but that's one more item we can take off of next year's work list. Plus, I've also got Purex removal actions, if that's going to be ready for discussion. The infrastructure upgrades, we're also looking at a DF law presentation for the June meeting, and infrastructure upgrades will be part and parcel with that. So I think that as we move through the year, that this list is going to get nibbled at in some cases and full meal deal in other cases.
Great.
Got a woodpecker in the computer.
The noise is
Somebody
really
has a very noisy fan.
Jerry, is that your computer again?
No, he had to run back to class, so I don't think that's his to own this time. All right. I've got Chris and Liz in queue. Chris?
Yeah, Tom, you mentioned at the leadership meeting that Brian Vance said that it would be good if the HAB could give advice on events happening 2 years down the road. And in this regard, this isn't a 2-year thing, and it's not necessarily a recommendation for a briefing or advice, but it is information that we might like to have. There is a milestone, M24 milestone, that every year DOE and the contractor agree on groundwater wells to be drilled the following year. And there's about 30 wells that typically come out of this year in and year out. And I'm thinking it would be nice to know the results of that M24 agreement every year, just as information. So for example, there are several questions today or comments about KR4 and extraction wells, injection wells, so on and so forth. Well, I think it'd be nice to know if for next year, for example, there are any KR4 wells going to be drilled. Extraction, injection, monitoring wells, what? But these are the things that are decided under the M24 milestone every single year. How many injection wells, how many extraction wells, how many monitoring wells, dual wells. It's just information that it might be nice to have in case it could fit into some advice that would meet Brian Vance's criteria about advice in advance. That's my comment.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if there's a fact sheet that comes out with that milestone when it gets renegotiated for the year. That might be a good handout.
Yeah.
Well, can't we extract that from the system plan? I mean, just extract those areas that we feel that we can give information on out of the system plan or the 5-year plan or, you know, some of these, you know, 2-year out kind of commitments. Just a thought. I mean, we can do the work, can't we? We can just go look those up and say, hey, I want to start talking about this now. And what are we going to do here?
Yeah, my concern with using the 5-year plan is it's fairly high level. So
and it changes all the time.
But the system plan's an idea, but I thought the system plan was mostly the tank mission.
Well, not really.
Yeah, it's thinking outside the box. That's what we need. So yeah, that's a good idea.
Ryan, did you have a comment on this topic?
No, mine's back on Rev 9, so I can just touch on that a little later, though.
Oh, okay. So I've got Liz and Ryan in queue.
Yeah, I'm just on that. I know we seem to have circular conversations about the work plan, and maybe there's a way we can put an intro in that just makes it clear that this is information that the HAB is interested in tracking for the next fiscal year, understanding that presentations will be as available. So there isn't some, I don't know, it just seems like we've had the conversation multiple times now, but this is too long. Well, we're not saying that you have to present on everything. It's stressful that we have all these things on the list, but we want these things on the list so we know that these are things we're interested in. And I don't know if that's something to bring up in the EIC conversation about this that comes next or in the full board meeting, but seems like it might be helpful. And I don't know if that helps you, Gary, to just have a little intro paragraph that says these are issues that the Hanford Advisory Board is interested in tracking and learning more about, understanding that presentations are will be, you know, whatever the language needs to be, as available or as capacity permits. Well,
and Liz, that's actually an interesting question. And one thing that would actually be helpful, if as a committee, you can kind of rack and stack this by importance. That way, as we're designing these presentations, we try and hit the top 5 throughout the year or whatever. And then if we can get to it, and of course, that's also based on availability of resources and whether it's timely or not. And then as we get those that are the most important, then we can get to the second tier. So I hear what you're saying, and I think there's a way to get to yes.
I have a crazy idea.
Oh no, we don't do crazy until Wednesday.
Yeah, leave that for tanks.
No. I think you can tie this to something you've already said. which is to say, okay, can I put these two things next to each other on my screen?
The 2022 priorities?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Using the priority list.
So if, okay, I know it's messy. But if in the cleanup priority advice, you had critical and important things, right? And that's how many things? 4 under Central Plateau and 5 under River Corridor. And over here, you've got 7 items.
Do we need to go back a year though?
Oh, okay. It was only a good idea for 30 seconds.
No, I think it's a great idea.
But if you then correlate it, then the concept of these are things that are priorities for the board is actually consistent with whatever it was you said about what priorities are for the board.
And it could potentially even use color coding, since we have some subtopics that might be more important than others. Since it doesn't totally match. But, it just seems like having some caveat language at the top may help to just make sure everyone's clearly communicating, and that when it does go to headquarters, it's clear that this is the HAB's tracking. Like it's a work plan, but also tracking, so that when, you know, even if it's just a verbal update, we don't lose sight of things that are important over the next year.
Yep.
Because they correlate. Okay, it's said a little differently because it's more project tactical in the cleanup at priority advice.
Yeah, let's take that to the EIC and pitch that, because that really is a board-wide idea. Since it was a consensus advice.
Yeah. Okay.
So for example, if we looked at something that was 2 to 5 years out, for example, the removal of the contaminated pipelines, that's several years out of the road. It's important to us, but it's several years out. So would we be writing advice directing DOE to perform studies and let us know what the criteria is going to be for the RAD level or risk level for the ones that are removed versus the ones that aren't being removed? Help guide them into their planning for the budgeting of what actually needs to be removed. I mean, are we thinking about that kind of future?
So what I'm thinking, and this is just me off the top of my head, is, you know, we want high level policy advice, right? So if we see patterns of things that are happening throughout the different topics, then we sort of lump those together and write a high level piece of advice, not getting into weeds about necessarily this specific waste site and this specific contaminant and this timeline. So it's more broad and not reactionary. But in order to have that in order to figure out what that means, we need to have the presentations on the little waste sites so we can see if there are any large issues. So it's one of those catch-22s.
All right.
And that's the issue that you just brought up is good, because I just realized if we look at the 2022 cleanup priorities advice, then we are looking backwards and we're not looking 2 years in advance. So really we would need to be looking at 2024's cleanup priorities, which haven't been written yet.
Okay. I have somebody at the door. I have to go run real quick.
Yeah.
Um,
Anyway,
yes, something to think
I
about.
mean, the big picture things seem to overlap. Groundwater overlaps, WESIF, 324. I mean, there's some, which is convenient.
Yeah, and maybe there's a way to do it instead of using bullets, just some parentheticals or something, because really all of those are under one topic. It's not asking specific, like these are just examples of what that topic could be.
Right.
So
because if number 2 on the left side are disposal facilities, or where the heck is the waste going to go? That covers multiple, potentially multiple sites. Okay. So I've got Ryan, Tom, and Chris in queue. Ryan?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I touched base with Dana from our office, and for Rev 9, she said that we're still trying for a 2022 release of the draft for public comment, but we're still waiting for information from Energy, so that could impact the schedule. So we don't have any firm dates yet, but it looks like we're aiming for 2022.
Thank you. All right. Tom, Cecilia, did we cover your thing, or did you have something else in your mind you wanted to
no,
share?
I was thinking about shifting the conversation a little bit. You know, this is all stuff that we're going to be bringing to the EIC, but I want to make sure we don't neglect our own committee work plan. Gary mentioned some topics that he's going to be pushing for in August, and I think we should get those written down, and if we can get those done this fiscal year, then they don't have to be on the work plan for next fiscal year. So that's serving many purposes. So I appreciate that willingness to help us shrink our list.
All right. Chris?
It didn't want to unmute.
No.
You or Pam or someone just a few minutes ago mentioned something that all these things kind of overlap. And that makes it a little difficult sometimes to know how to categorize some of these topics. And that kind of reminded me that in the statement of work for the contract for CPC-Co, there's a section in there, a new section that was put in that hasn't existed in any of the contracts previously, and that required the contractor to look at, for example, the Central Plateau and groundwater, and maybe waste pits and trenches in a holistic manner, in an integrated fashion. Now, maybe they're referring to the CIE, but maybe it's also broader than the CIE. But I'm thinking that in terms of overlapping what you said, this may be one way that DOE is trying to address overlapping and looking at this in a holistic manner. But it might be interesting to know exactly how DOE and the contractor are addressing this integrated activity and looking at things in an integrated fashion, because it is a major part of the statement of work for CPC-Co. That's it.
All right. So Tom, where do you want to go from here?
That's a good question. Given how everyone's tired, a nap sounds good, but so let's jump over to that. Yeah. And so now we're looking at August. And
Okay, and Gary had said,
ERDF IDF.
Erdif and Purex something. I didn't get the whole thing.
Basement,
Removal action, I think, or work plan.
the drain
Right, it
pipes
was
underneath the, yeah.
Purex removal actions. I will see if that is ripe for discussion.
All right, so we would lose CIE update and PFP.
Right, which I took from over there.
And
Is there with the M91 team something?
well, the M91 IM team is not going to be talking about M91 during the public comment period, but there might be something to bring to the committee there. So, and I don't know whether we want to call it the M91 team. To BD, but yeah, that team should have something to talk about maybe.
We're not sure what it's called yet.
And then I thought EPA might have had something to bring in. Oh yeah, the 100 BC rod. Let's just make it IDF instead of ODF.
I know, but I don't know why. Well, I do. I'm tired.
I mean, if we could pull that off, that would be a heck of an August committee meeting.
That's substantial. You all better like eat your Wheaties and hydrate.
And we do have framing questions for at least 2 of those, and the rod would just be an update because there's no more chance for public input.
Okay. Yeah, I think Purex. Well, let's look. IDF and Purex.
Oh, dizzy.
I'm sorry. Close your eyes and I'll tell you when I'm there. Okay. Erdif, we have questions. IDF. Is it under M91? Sort of. Okay, I don't see IDF. This is alphabetical.
Yeah.
Purex. Is Purex on here? No. So
Purex would be under canyon disposition, I think, but
yeah, I think you're right. Hang on. What do we have under canyons? We do have some under canyons. So a little bit for Purex and a little bit for Erdif. We don't have IDF or the other one.
yeah, and if the big question mark or the one to answer our questions is Erdif and the other ones are informational, I think that gives us something to talk about for the next couple meetings at least. Also in August, we'll be talking about the work plan, the final draft work plan and calendar for the next fiscal year, because that gets approved in the September board meeting. So if we can make that our August committee meeting, it'll make things much easier for the work plan, and it's a heavy lift, I know.
Okay, the calendar for is, so there is more than a month. It's more like 6 weeks between the August committee meetings and the September board meeting.
I just looked at the calendar that was updated for the PIC meeting. It looks like it goes through July. And there are 2 things in the holding bin. One was the LERF ETF groundwater management plan. Does anyone know if that would be coming out, in the time frame of when the next meeting would be, just so we don't miss getting to hear about that?
I think we've got both Ginger and Ryan. I don't know if they know.
What was the question?
I just put the link in the chat, but there I saw in the holding bin for the public involvement calendar that there's a LERF ETF groundwater management plan, but it doesn't say an estimated time frame. I just wanted to see, and maybe it's not that, if there's anything after July, because the calendar only goes through July. If there's anything that would be coming out in August and September that would be of interest to the RAP that we would want to flag now. Or potential advice in September.
Let me double check real quick and see
That'd
if
be a pretty
Dana
quick
can answer
turnaround
that.
on
I don't think
advice.
so.
I was going to say advice between an August committee meeting and a September board meeting is pretty darn quick.
Right. That's why I want to flag it now, because it's May. If we know it's coming,
Right.
sometimes we have early access to something.
We'd have to start the IM team today in order to get that done, or in
Right.
June.
Or in June. Anyway, it's just better to flag it now instead of getting caught off guard.
Okay. Sounds like Ginger's going to snoop it out for you. But maybe not in the next 3.5 minutes. She's fast, but. Okay, so back to work plan. So that's a pretty robust August meeting if everything on the shopping list ends up in the cart.
Yep. Well, I mean, 2 of those things are really committee business / afternoon talks. But yeah, the 3 briefs would be. We pulled off 3 briefs today. I think we could do that.
Yeah. And then just looking ahead, because you've said look ahead so many times, that the September's a board meeting. So looking October was
meet and greet.
The meet and greet. So the November board meeting or November committee meeting, excuse me, becomes the groundwater focus. Right? We'll make it.
Yeah, that would be my thoughts, but TBD. So Ginger, ecology's regulator on K, right?
On which K?
Sorry, I'm muted. Hold on, let me look. I'm in our permitting document right now to try and see if I can find an answer to the other question.
Sorry, bombarding you.
Where is it? Oh, I need glasses. This is too tiny.
I got trifocals you can borrow.
Oh, no, I can also use the expand button.
Between 100K and 100 in.
Yes, KE, that's us.
Okay.
It says it's closed.
So we have, the question is, when do we expect the 100K rod? And we still have to finalize the RI and the FS first, right?
Is that the one that's a different one? That's not the one that was done. That was the one that was done a long time ago, but then never signed.
I think it might be that one.
Yeah.
It's still in comment resolution.
Let me
I
find.
think RIFS is due this year. Either this year or by the middle of next year.
Yeah, so the proposed plan will be later in 22, I would think.
Let me message some people real quick and see if they are able to reply.
Yeah, the RI and FS are 2 separate documents, and they're under revision, I think. But the proposed plan, I can't imagine being early in 22. I've been wrong before.
Pretty cool. She's got people.
The question is whether they're actually able to respond at this
I
moment.
wish I had some people.
Skype.
And we can check back in on this on Thursday at the PIC meeting, Ginger.
Right.
The calendar's updated at least, so that was helpful to just check in on that.
Okay.
I mostly
So-
just wanted to know if there's something, because August is so far away, or it feels far away from now, that if there is something else, we might not see it until it's a scramble.
August doesn't feel nearly that far away to me. Oh. Okay.
All right, so I think we have the bones of a meeting for August that it sounds like there's a high potential that the majority of it could be supported, which would be one EPA presentation and two DOE presentations, which would be really nice if we can make it work. And then there might be a couple other things that pop up, but we'll wait to hear back from Ginger on those.
So do you have an answer on the K-Rod 2022 or 23 for the final rod is expected, but the ESD is expected this calendar year?
Okay.
We think. That is, I believe, said Alicia Boyd.
The 5-year plan calls for the KR4 remedial action design and remedial action work plan to be completed in 2023. So that they can't do that until the rod is done. So yeah. I'm thinking the rod has to be in 2022.
I think the rod is end of 2022 on a optimistic budget or timeline.
Right, and then the proposed plan is going to have to come out earlier than that. So anyway, we'll keep
I'm
tracking.
sorry, can you repeat the question about the LERF ETF stuff?
It said that there is a LERF ETF.
It's in the holding bin.
Groundwater management plan. And you can bring that back to on Thursday, Ginger.
Okay.
Okay. Does anybody have any closing comments or anything else they need to talk about before we adjourn on this Tuesday that's actually a Friday, Wednesday, or some other day of the week?
I had one question for Gary, just because the presentation topic has come up, and I feel like I'm fuzzy in my head. How much lead time do you need to prepare a presentation, Gary?
It's now getting to 30 days minimum. It's getting worse and worse.
30 days from when it's requested?
Before it's presented.
Okay. So I was just asking because we typically do like the 3-month work plan, or, we see 3. I'm just curious if we need to adjust. So you have like in 6 months, we're planning on asking for these presentations. Is that just so we don't end up
part of what I'm doing is trying to set out a game plan for the year so that we're working well in advance and try to eliminate a lot of the issues that we've had in the past. So hopefully, if things work the way I'm expecting them to work, as we are doing committee business at one meeting, we're talking about the agenda of the next meeting, and I've already got the framing questions ready to go, and I then just turn around and hand it to my team, and we start working on those presentations at that point, knowing that is what we will in fact do. So the process is working. It's taking a little bit of time. We're turning a battleship here in a creek. So it's taken us a little bit of time. And so I greatly appreciate the grace that I've been given over the past couple of months trying to implement some changes.
So when I look at this, August is 3 months out, November 6 months out, and there are framing questions for ERDIF and Purex under the canyons on the existing committee work plan. So that's
The Purex framing questions are a little vague. So, but yeah, ERDIF definitely has some specifics.
okay.
Yeah, and I don't know where we are on Purex just yet. That's the one that I'm fuzzy on. But IDF or ERDIF, I think I'm confident on, and if I can't get Purex, I think I've got something else we can throw in there.
That'd be great. It's good to have a stretch goal.
Trying.
Yeah, this is Chris. One last thing. I copied out of the statement of work, out of the contract for CPC Co, the section dealing with integration. And if you look at it, it's pretty integrated in that it wants to integrate baselines, schedules, VADO zone, groundwater, facilities D&D, waste site integration in the VADO zone. So maybe it's something not just for River and Plateau, but when you look at it, it's a pretty integrated task. And if we're looking at something 2 years down the road, this would be something that I would think that we could provide advice on aspects of this. So I'm thinking, knowing what is actually this means and what DOE and the contractor plans for it is kind of important. And it would seem to go beyond just the CIE and composite analysis.
Yeah, maybe that's something, if there could be a high level discussion of the contract transition in June, because that will have happened and will be ripe for sort of first impressions. I don't know if that makes sense to fit into the high level overview, but
It's interesting that they mentioned supporting stakeholder activities.
Right. All right. It's a 2-minute drill. Tom, you get the last word.
It looks like we have one more framing question to add to ERDIF, and that was.
It looks like it's in there.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Excellent.
It is. I think the only thing is I wouldn't want the total limit, but I want to know how they manage the risk budget for certain things. If it's possible to add that, just so that it's not a surprise question when they present.
Well, I appreciate everybody's continued engagement and conversation in this venue. You know, this would be one of those meetings where it would be really great to go have a glass of wine afterwards. But choose your adult beverage of choice if you indulge in adult beverages, and we'll toast at 5. But thank you so much for all of your help, and there you go. And engagement. It's hard to sit in front of a computer all day, and you know, it takes a special type of engagement and dedication to do that. So thank you all. And we have a call scheduled for June after the board meeting, I think. So let's touch base then.
So you want to go ahead and have that call?
I think it'd be good just to follow up on the agenda for August, make sure we're all in order and there's no surprises.
Okay, June 23rd, 11 a.m. August wrap agenda. All right, we will add that.
What is the date of the board meeting, Ruth?
The 9th and 10th of June. I think the weekly update is going out that far. Josh doesn't know I'm looking at him, but he's the man that's keeping me on track. You want to know where the power lives.
Okay.
In the
So
guy who's taking notes.
because I like talking so much, we went a minute over. So I will give you your afternoons back, and thank you so much for attending and all of your hard work.
All right. Thank you.
Have a good evening.
Bye, everybody.